Chapter 339. Beasts. A large number of beasts came from the depths of the Endless Mountains. All the players who entered the Endless Mountains to fight monsters encountered the beasts head-on. There was no hesitation. All the players were chased out of the mountains by the beast tide. There was no other way. The number of demonic beasts was simply too great. Not only could they be described as overwhelming, but they were also terrifyingly powerful. Among the large number of beasts, there were many terrifying beasts with terrifying auras. These beasts, all of them were at least at the level of the spirit martial realm, or even higher. Damn, why are there so many beasts all of a sudden? Beast tide, it's the beast tide again. Damn, I was almost killed by a spiritual martial realm beast just now. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise, I would have wasted half a month of fighting monsters. Brothers in front, run faster. They are coming from behind. Don't block the way. Facing the beast tide, the players fled desperately. For the players at this stage, without the existence of the airborne realm, they could only rely on their two legs to escape. In this way, those who usually practiced footwork and body movement had a great advantage in this situation. Liu Dazhong suddenly pounced down, followed by a violent gust of wind that swept past his head. When the wind blew, his back was burning with pain. When he raised his head, he saw a gigantic monster flying away. Its sharp claws had already pierced through a player in front of him. His physical invulnerability expert's protective aura was like a piece of paper. It didn't have any effect at all. Seeing this, Liu Dazhong once again felt the deep malice of the Endless Mountains. It was too strong. The two sides were not on the same level at all. After the flying beast left, he hurriedly got up from the ground and fled forward frantically. Because there was a large number of beasts chasing behind him. If he was slower, he would only end up being guessed into minced meat. Run. Everyone was running away. Entering the Endless Mountains, it wasn't just the players. Even some local people would enter to explore in order to collect resources. But at this moment, everyone's actions were surprisingly consistent. After the first batch of players had escaped, the news of the beast horde had officially spread. After receiving the news, the first thing Yuan Zhong did was to gather the experts and prepare to deal with the attack of the beast horde. Within Yuan sect's sphere of influence, the only areas that bordered the Endless Mountain Range were the Liang Mountain Range and the Stone Forest Range. When the first demonic beast attempted to cross the Endless Mountain Range and officially stepped into the territory of Liang Mountain, a lightning rune appeared in the void. Immediately after, that terrifying bolt of lightning rained down, killing that monster, which was at least at the airborne realm, right there and then. Boom. When the lightning struck, a terrifying might spread out like the might of the heavens. Such a sudden turn of events. This caused the demonic beasts that were about to rush out of the Endless Mountain Range to stop in their tracks. After all, no matter how low a demonic beast's intelligence was, it knew the meaning of fear. Under the deterrence of the thunder, it was enough to make them flinch. However, the demonic beasts in front stopped, but the demonic beasts behind didn't. Under the impact of the two, the demonic beast in front was unable to control its body and was sent flying out of the Endless Mountain Range. In an instant, a huge and terrifying rune condensed in the sky. The next moment, that terrifying bolt of lightning rained down, killing all the demonic beasts that crossed this boundary on the spot. It didn't matter if it was a true martial realm demonic beast. It didn't matter if it was a spirit martial realm demonic beast. Under this bolt of lightning, they were all like weak ants and turned into ashes in an instant. The players who had originally escaped from the Endless Mountain Range. At this moment, when they saw the lightning raining down from the sky, they were extremely shocked. That was a rune that was condensed. The power that it gave them was even more terrifying than a Dao artifact. This is the barrier that the sect master set up before. Phew. Many people secretly heaved a sigh of relief. A barrier set up by a formation master. It wasn't that easy to break. It could be seen that all the demonic beasts that tried to cross over were all killed. At this moment, the experts of Yuan's sect had already gathered. The two sides were divided into two teams. One team rushed to the stone forest to take charge of the situation, while the other team went to the border between Liang Mountain and the Endless Mountain Range to stop the demonic beasts from entering. When they arrived, they just happened to see the lightning raining down and the demonic beasts turning into ashes. Combination formation rune. This must be the method that the sect master left behind. Looking at the rune in the sky, Xiong Haogan immediately recognized it and exclaimed in surprise. Combination formation rune. It seemed simple, but it wasn't. To achieve this step, one had to have a sufficient understanding of the combined rune before being able to combine them together to achieve the effect of combining two into one. This was different from the many runes that were used when setting up a formation. When setting up a formation, although many runes were used, each rune existed independently. However, the combination rune was different. When the two were combined, it was a new whole. Moreover, even if one could inscribe the combination rune, they definitely wouldn't be able to achieve such power. Just by relying on one rune, it directly blocked the beast tide outside the formation rune. The power of the lightning raining down. Even Xiong Haogan, a great cultivator of the god martial realm, still felt his heart palpitate. As for when he saw the combination rune, Xiong Haogan also saw the meaning of the rune. Demon slaying rune. At this moment, hearing Xiong Haogan's words, Shu Yuanming turned his head to look at him and asked, in Hall Master Xiong's opinion, can this formation rune stop the beast tide? It's hard to say. Xiong Haogan looked at the demonic beasts that were still rushing out from behind the Endless Mountain Range and shook his head. The demon-slaying rune is naturally powerful, but it is only a rune left behind by the sect master. It relies on absorbing the power of heaven and earth and turning it into an attack. Once the consumption rate is higher than the absorption rate, then the rune won't be able to stop these demonic beasts. The rune was very strong, but it also had weaknesses. Just like now, there were too many demonic beasts, and they were faintly exceeding the absorption rate of the demon-slaying rune. In this way, it would be difficult for the demon-slaying rune to stop all the demonic beasts. Although these thunderbolts were terrifying, but as the power weakened, it was difficult to threaten the powerful demonic beasts. However, these were just words for later. At least in Xiong Haogan's opinion, the demon-slaying rune would definitely be fine in a short period of time. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. The sect master really had foresight. He had already set up a backup plan to prevent the beast tide. If not for the demon-slaying rune blocking the vast majority of the demonic beasts, the sect would have suffered a lot of losses from this beast tide alone. At this point, Xiong Haogan turned around and looked at the group of people from the array hall, and shouted, all the people from the array hall, middle grade array master and above, follow this old man to set up the array. Yes, sir. The people from the array hall immediately replied. Following that, Xiong Haogan brought a group of people and approached the border between the two places. He immediately dispersed the other disciples and set up the array on the spot. The array master set up the array. There was a limitation. That was, once the array was set up, it could not be easily moved. Only when one broke through to the array master realm would they be able to turn themselves into a mobile array and form an array with a wave of their hand. Besides that, if other array masters wanted to set up an array, they would need a certain amount of time. They would not be able to completely carve an array in the air, so after a formation was set up, they would basically wait for people to step into the array. This also explained from the side. An array master had to at least reach the level of an array master in order to have a trace of threat. And at the level of a master, that was the true weapon of war. As for array masters below the level of a master, strictly speaking, the use of actual combat was not that great. This was also the reason why the Baiyun Mansion's array Dao declined. However, the situation in front of him, in Xiong Haogan's eyes, was the best opportunity to set up the array. If the demonic beasts wanted to rush out of the Endless Mountain Range, they had to step into the boundary of Liang Mountain, and it was the kind that was unavoidable. Under such circumstances, as long as the array was set up, the next thing to do was to wait for the demonic beasts to walk into the trap. Deep in the Endless Mountain Range, There was a giant wolf covered in silver fur standing on top of a hill. Its pair of eyes could see through the obstruction of many demonic beasts and directly see the demon-slaying array pattern engraved in the sky. And the lightning that kept falling and turning all the demonic beasts into ashes. Demon slaying, what a big tone. It seems that the person who set up this array should be the array master who killed the Black Abyss emissary of the 12 underworld emissaries. It seems that he has some tricks up his sleeve. The giant silver wolf spoke in human language, but his ferocious face had a hint of seriousness. Although he did not really face the demon-slaying array pattern, he could feel the terror from it. Especially since the person who set up the array was the array master who killed the emissary of the Black Abyss. That was even more terrifying. The 12 underworld emissaries. Each of them was at least a half-step diviner expert, and each of them had a technique that was comparable to a diviner. If the veteran diviners of the monster clan did not come out, the 12 underworld emissaries were the strongest. The array master was able to kill the 12 underworld emissaries, so his skills were naturally not ordinary. Looking at the demon-slaying array pattern constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it was sent out to kill all the demonic beasts that rushed out of the endless mountain range. The giant silver wolf suddenly opened his mouth, and a bright jade talisman flew out from his mouth. Immediately, the jade talisman shattered, and the phantom of a giant wolf floated in the air. Roar. The silent roar directly shook the void, causing all the demonic beasts to tremble. Then, they lay on the ground, not daring to move at all. Even the demonic beasts in the god martial arts realm. At this moment, their hearts were trembling, but they did not lie on the ground. Instead, they looked at the phantom of the giant wolf in the sky in awe. Then, the phantom of the giant wolf gathered endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth in its mouth. The next moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that gathered together broke through the sky like a rainbow, crossing an unknown distance and suddenly bombarding the demon-slaying array pattern. Boom. Chapter 340. The demon-slaying array pattern shone brightly. It fiercely collided with the spiritual energy rainbow. A few seconds later, the demon-slaying array pattern that was engraved in the air began to tremble violently. Soon after, in front of everyone's eyes, it began to crumble bit by bit, and was about to dissipate in the air. However, just as the demon-slaying array pattern was about to completely dissipate, suddenly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swept over. The shocking lightning wrapped around the endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming into a terrifying blade that directly slashed towards the endless mountain range. This slash, it directly split the air into two. Wherever the lightning passed, it left behind a scorched mark in the air. The giant silver wolf that was originally standing on the hill. At this moment, all the hairs on his body stood on end, as if some terrifying danger was approaching. Then, he saw that the shocking blade had already occupied his entire line of sight. He didn't dare to hesitate at all. The giant silver wolf immediately turned around and ran. However, he ran fast, but the blade came even faster. The next moment, the hill shattered. A giant silver wolf let out a mournful howl. In the end, it was sent flying by the thunder blade. Blood splattered on the ground in mid-air. Finally, the giant silver wolf powerlessly fell to the ground. A scorched blade mark on his body had almost cut him in half. However, with the strong vitality of the demon clan, this kind of injury did not cause the giant silver wolf to die. Instead, as time passed, the blood flowing from the wound decreased bit by bit, and the wound seemed to be slowly healing. However, every time the wound healed to a certain extent, lightning flashed in the wound, and the wound exploded once again. On the other side, the demon-slaying array pattern that was originally intercepting the demon-slaying array pattern was destroyed by the sudden attack. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Fortunately, Seong Haogan and the others from the array formation hall had already set up the array formation. When the threat of the demon-slaying array pattern was gone, the demon-slaying beasts in the endless mountain range finally charged towards the boundary of Liang Mountain. When the demon clan stepped into the boundary of Liang Mountain, Seong Haogan shouted sternly, "Array, rise!" As soon as he finished, in an instant, Sand and stones flew everywhere. Ice and flames suddenly appeared, enveloping all the demon-slaying beasts that stepped into the range of the array. However, this was only a high-grade array. The strongest was only able to contend against the demon-slaying stage. Even a prominent divine stage demonic beast might not be able to stop him. Moreover, in terms of durability, it was not as good as the previous demon-slaying array pattern. Therefore, in less than half an hour after the formation was activated, all of the formations were destroyed with a loud bang. As the price for the destruction of the formations, the demonic beasts also left behind hundreds of corpses. Most of them were in the real martial realm, and a few had reached the spirit martial realm. The moment the formation was broken, all disciples of Yuan sect, follow me and kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Niu Feng was the first to attack. His saber carried a violent gale as it attacked a domain-enlightened spirit god realm demon beast. At this moment, the other people from the Yuan sect also charged towards the demonic beasts. 36 phantoms streaked across the air. Black sword flashes filled everyone's line of sight before finally coalescing into a terrifying sword attack, killing an airborne realm monster right there and then. Holding his sword in one hand, Shuo Jianfeng's body floated towards another demonic beast. Celestial Ghost 7 kills against the stars. This was a martial art that had already reached the point of entering the Tao. In his hands, it had already reached an unfathomable realm. Even the ancestor of the Ji clan, who had created this martial art in the past. In terms of attainments in the 7 kills of the gods and demons, the Defiant Stars was far inferior to Shuo Jianfeng's current attainments. An airborne realm monster was killed in an instant. This also shocked many people. When they saw Shuo Jianfeng walking among the demonic beasts as if he was taking a leisurely stroll, and every time he unsheathed his sword, a demonic beast would fall, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. F***ck, he usually doesn't show off. This outer sect elder is too strong. No, after this beast tied, I must find a way to become his disciple. Who knows, I might be able to learn that terrifying move from just now. Seeing Shuo Jianfeng instantly kill an airborne realm monster, many of the players were taken aback. When Shuo Jianfeng broke through to the airborne realm, many people knew about it. However, compared to now, there were many visionary saint realm and divine martial realm guests in the Yuan sect. An airborne realm cultivator was not very eye-catching. Moreover, the other party was only an outer sect elder. Compared to inner sect elders, outer sect elders did not have much real power. Furthermore, Shuo Jianfeng was usually very indifferent and did not care about anything. As such, no one wanted to become his disciple. However, things were different now. That mystical martial art allowed an airborne realm cultivator to instantly kill a demonic beast of the same level. Even ordinary divine-level martial arts would not be able to do so. The battle, it had already begun in the area of Liang Mountain. The Yuan sect was no longer what it used to be. In terms of strength, it was no longer the same as when it first faced the beast tide. Yuan sect outer sect deacon Xie has died. Yuan sect outer sect deacon Chen Guangquan has died. Yuan sect inner sect deacon Qin Shujian was originally cultivating in silence. Now that he was receiving frequent system notifications, he immediately withdrew from his cultivation state. Something happened. This was his first reaction. Afterward, Qin Shujian looked at the death notifications again and found that a large number of Yuan sect disciples had died, and this information was constantly being refreshed. Previously, he did not receive it. It was all because the death notifications of disciples were all blocked by him. Only when people above deacon level died would the system prompt appear. Until now, when he saw the series of death notifications, Qin Shujian had a premonition that things were going to be troublesome. Could it be that someone is attacking Yuan sect with all their strength while I'm not around? His face was gloomy. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why there were so many casualties in a short period of time. Then, he saw the source of life that was constantly rising. It was also a sign. At this moment, a fierce battle was happening in Yuan sect. Suddenly, Qin Shujian could not sit still anymore. He directly came out of the place where he was cultivating in seclusion, then found Su Mingyang and went straight to the point. I have a premonition that something might have happened to Yuan Sek. He did not directly say that he had received a system notification. This was a personal secret. However, using the premonition as an excuse was enough. After all, as the cultivator's realm became more and more profound, the premonition was also very accurate. Hearing this, Su Mingyang immediately frowned deeply and said in a deep voice, "Sect Master Qin, are you sure?" "That's right." After receiving a definite answer from Qin Shujian, Su Mingyang's heart also sank. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave arose. If something happened to Yuan's sect, he could not force Qin Shujian to stay. After all, this was a major matter that concerned the survival of the sect. It was not something that could be replaced by other things. It was also at this moment, an attendant came forward and said to the two of them, "Master Qin, Master Su, Lord Yang invites you." The two of them looked at each other. In the end, Qin Shujian said, "Lead the way." Then, the two of them were led directly to the city lord's mansion by the attendant. At this moment, the atmosphere in the city lord's mansion was also very gloomy. Even Ming Jingshan's face was solemn and he looked worried. Almost all the generals had arrived. Only Yang Tsaizhe and a few others had not appeared yet. Seeing that Qin Shujian had arrived, Ming Jingshan also greeted him. "Sect Master Qin is here." "Master Ming, may I know what happened?" Qin Shujian asked tentatively. It could be seen from the other party's expression, Ming Jingshan must have found out about something. Hearing this, the old man shook his head and sighed. "Marquis Nanfeng and Marquis Luoyu have rebelled." It was a simple sentence. But it made Qin Shujian's heart tremble violently. Marquis Nanfeng, Marquis Luoyu. These two were not ordinary marquises. They were existences that controlled Nanfeng Mansion and Luoyu Mansion. Their status was the same as Marquis Qianshan of Thousand Mountain Mansion. The two of them rebelled. This meant that two more mansions were no longer under the control of the imperial court. Qin Shujian did not expect this either. The human emperor had only passed away for 2 or 3 days, and now the two marquises were openly rebelling. It was also at this moment, Yang Tsaizhe and the last few people had arrived. Yang Tsaizhe just glanced at the crowd and said directly, "Marquis Nanfeng and Marquis Luoyu have rebelled. Now they are leading the army to Central State Mansion and trying to seize the imperial city. Therefore, we must withdraw our troops and go back to help. We are only one step away from taking down Jiyu Chongqing. If we go back now, all our previous efforts will be wasted." Someone said unwillingly. "The imperial city's safety is more important than anything else. If the imperial city falls into the hands of the rebels, even if we quell the rebellion of Thousand Mountain Mansion, what can we do?" Yang Tsaizhe glanced at him and said coldly, "Also, the order came from the imperial family. As subjects of the great Zhao, we must go back to help." Hearing this, Wu Tai, Ku Yuqing, and the other deputies remained silent. That's right. The imperial city was the rightful ruler of the great Zhao. They could not make any mistakes. Or else, even if they killed Jiyu Chongqing, it would be of no use. More importantly, the imperial family had issued an order. If they did not obey, they would be cursed in the future. Therefore, retreating was something that had to be done. They understood the importance of this matter. Therefore, when Yang Tsaizhe spoke, Wu Tai and the others did not express any opinions. Only those who did not know the truth and did not have access to the information of the imperial court were angry at this decision. Even Yang Tsaizhe himself was unwilling to retreat at this juncture. In order to force Jiyu Chongqing to this point, the imperial court had paid a heavy price. However, an imperial order was an imperial order. Although a general could not obey the orders of the emperor, he had to know his priorities. Faced with Yang Tsaizhe's resolute attitude, some generals did not want to retreat but had to obey the order. However, they had to retreat. It did not mean that they had to give up the territory in Thousand Mountain Mansion. What Yang Tsaizhe and the others had to do was to ensure the safety of the cities as much as possible. However, these were matters of the imperial court. To Qin Shujian, it had nothing to do with him. After Yang Tsaizhe decided to retreat, he stood up. He stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "Lord Yang, since you've decided to withdraw your troops, then my mission this time can be considered complete. There are still other matters within the sect that need to be dealt with, so I won't stay here any longer." Chapter 341. Regarding Qin Shujian's words. Yang Caizhe did not refuse. Now that he had returned to the imperial court, he had to deal with one more array grandmaster or one less array grandmaster. It would not change anything. Furthermore, previously, he had invited the other party to deal with Jiyu Chongqing. If he changed his request, the chances of the other party agreeing were not high. Fortunately, Yang Caizhe did not ask for it. On the other side, Qin Shujian did not mention the rest of the reward. This time, his purpose was to help the imperial court quell the chaos. However, the rebels of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture were not dealt with and he returned to the imperial court midway. Strictly speaking, he did not do much. Furthermore, the death of the human emperor was a big matter. The imperial court might not remember the rest of the reward. Regarding this, Qin Shujian did not bother to care anymore. He had obtained 3 superior-grade carnate spiritual artifacts. This trip was not a loss. After bidding farewell to Yang Caizhe, Qin Shujian directly went through the teleportation door and rushed to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. He left with him and Su Mingyang. At this moment, the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain was also in chaos. In other words, the entire Baiyun Prefecture was in chaos. The place close to the Endless Mountain Range was not as simple as the Liang Mountain boundary and the Stone Forest. It was not even just the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. The Baiyun Prefecture was at the border of the Great Jiao. It was destined to be close to the Endless Mountain Range. This time, all the demon beasts in the Endless Mountain Range had come out and caused a monstrous beast tide. Many regions were affected. In just one day, countless sects were destroyed. As for the number of people killed by the demon beasts, it was even more difficult to calculate. For this, Marquis Baiyun had sent troops to various places to quell the chaos. However, they still could not completely solve the demon beasts' chaos. Whether it was the large sects of the spirit domain, or the top sects of the large regions, they could only barely hold on in the face of the beast tide. On the contrary, the beast tide in the true dominion and the ordinary realm was much easier to quell. This was because the strength of the demon beasts would be suppressed to an extremely low level in these regions. In comparison, although there were many imperial court troops in the Baiyun Prefecture, the average level of the soldiers was not high. They did not have much advantage in quelling the large regions of the spirit domain. However, it was relatively easy to quell the demon beasts in the true dominion and the ordinary realm. The portal flickered slightly. Qin Shujian appeared in a place that was both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. Ancient City. It used to be the #1 city in the consonant's true domain, but now, it was just a city in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. This was not the first time he had come to Ancient Town. Every time he came to this city, he could feel the ancient aura left behind in the ancient city. He could even sense the great battle that had taken place here from the city walls. The smell of iron and blood seemed to be deeply engraved in the city. However, this time, the hidden smell of iron and blood was completely revealed. Even though Qin Shujian was standing within the range of the teleportation gate, he could still feel the soaring bloody aura, as well as the murderous aura that filled the city. War was breaking out in this city. At this moment, the protective formation above their heads had already been activated. The ordinary citizens did not hide, but everyone's faces were filled with solemnity. It was often seen. Huge demonic beasts spread their wings and soared into the sky, attempting to attack the city. However, the protective formation was still there. When these demonic beasts attacked, not only did they not break through the protective formation, but they were also injured by the recoil and were even sent flying. These are demonic beast. Ancient City is going to encounter a beast tide. Qin Shujian glanced at the system message. At this moment, there were no more death notifications from Yuan Zhong. In this situation, the situation should have been alleviated. Originally, he wanted to return to Liang Mountain City directly. However, now that ancient city was facing a beast tide, although he did not know the situation at Yuanzong's side, there were no more casualties. The situation should be under control. No matter what, ancient city was still a city that belonged to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. As for the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, that was Qin Shujian's territory. If ancient city was attacked by the beast tide, it would not be good for Yuanzong. Thinking about it, Qin Shujian immediately left the range of the teleportation gate and rushed towards the city walls. At this moment, all the guards in ancient city were using the city walls as a barrier. They were using bows and arrows to deal with the demonic beasts below the city walls. They were also using spears and swords to deal with the demonic beasts that had climbed up the city walls. Killing. It was almost everywhere. Some of the demonic beasts were agile. They directly jumped up the city walls and started a bloody massacre. Many soldiers had to sacrifice their lives in order to forcefully kill these demonic beasts. Kill. His spear pierced through the air and directly pierced through a demonic beast that had climbed up the city walls. Sweat was faintly visible on Song Ziming's forehead. Until now, there were no less than 10 demonic beasts that had died in his hands. Along with the promotion of the Lingxi True Domain to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. The demonic beasts that attacked ancient city this time were generally powerful. There was no lack of demonic beasts in the spirit martial realm. Although these powerful demonic beasts were dealt with by the experts of the imperial court. However, demonic beasts that were below the spirit martial realm were enough to make him suffer. After all, Song Ziming was just a cultivator in the physical aura realm. When he was in the Lingxi True Domain, a cultivator in the physical aura realm was naturally a top expert. However, as he was promoted to the spirit domain, he could only be said to be ordinary. In addition, the spirit domain had just been promoted. No matter how amazing a person was, it was difficult to break through the boundary of the true martial realm and enter the spirit martial realm in a short period of time. Unless he was an expert in the true martial realm. Or else, it was almost impossible. When he was in the Lingxi True Domain, Song Ziming was only in the 8th level of the true martial realm. Now, he was only in the 9th level of the true martial realm. He couldn't even reach the peak of the true martial realm, let alone the spirit martial realm. Commander Song, the demonic beasts are constantly hitting the city walls. If this continues, I'm afraid the city walls won't be able to withstand it. At this time, a deputy general stepped forward and said with a solemn expression. Hearing this, Song Ziming leaned over and looked down the city walls. Many demonic beasts directly hit the city walls when they couldn't climb up. Although the city walls were reinforced by runes. With the continuous violent impact, the city walls also trembled slightly, and small debris kept falling down. Seeing this, Song Ziming's heart sank. Although he didn't think that some demonic beasts could collapse the city walls of ancient city, he was still afraid of the unexpected. If the city walls of ancient city collapsed, then everyone in the city would have to face at least tens of thousands of demonic beasts in front of them. When that time came, not only them, but also the civilians in the city would not be spared. Thinking of this, Song Ziming immediately said, "Report this to the city lord immediately." Yes. The deputy general ordered to leave. Song Ziming immediately shouted, "Everyone use rolling stones and pour poisonous water to clear the demonic beasts below the city walls. Don't let them hit the city walls frequently." After receiving the order, immediately, someone brought rolling stones and large buckets of poisonous water and poured them down the city walls. Each rolling stone weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. Fortunately, the people who carried the rolling stones were all real martial realm cultivators. Even if the rolling stones weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, they still had the strength to move them. As the rolling stones fell, when the rolling stones that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms fell, the impact was enough to break any real martial realm demonic beast's tendons and bones. In an instant, many demonic beasts were smashed to the point of vomiting blood, and some were even directly smashed to death. As for the poisonous water, when it fell, all the demonic beasts that were stained with the dark green poisonous water had their skin and flesh rotten. In just a few minutes, they died directly. This poisonous water. It was specially refined by the imperial court for the purpose of defending the city and dealing with the enemy troops attacking the city. And considering the problem of the cultivators, this poisonous water was also specially made. It was enough to corrode the protective chi of a physical invulnerability cultivator. Even if a cultivator of the spiritual martial realm was stained with it, it would be difficult for him to remain intact. As the defenders counterattacked, the speed of the demonic beasts attacking the city slowed down significantly. But whether it was the rolling stones or the poisonous water, because the city hadn't fought for many years, the reserves were extremely limited. It didn't take long. These things had already been used up. Without the threat of the rolling stones and the poisonous water, the attacks of the demonic beasts suddenly became fiercer. The runes on the city walls shone brightly, but several of them quietly shattered and disappeared after emitting a strong light. Everything. Just as Song Ziming was about to take the next defensive step, he suddenly paused and looked at the person who had suddenly appeared on the city wall with shock and bewilderment. After a short moment of surprise, he couldn't hide the joy on his face and asked, "Are you Master Qin of Yuanzhong?" Yuanzhong Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian glanced at him and nodded slightly. Immediately, he looked back at the demonic beasts below the city walls. There were almost all kinds of demonic beasts. Some of them were huge demonic beasts that were dozens of feet tall, and some of them were flying demonic beasts that directly soared into the sky like a miniature three-headed green feather kite. Each of them emitted a weak or strong aura. Qin Shujian roughly looked. As far as his eyes could see, there were at least tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Not to mention, there was still a steady stream of demonic beasts coming from afar. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. How many demonic beasts are hiding in the endless mountain range? Just one city in the Liang Mountain spiritual region has so many demonic beasts forming a demonic beast tide. Then, how many demonic beasts are invading the entire Baiyun prefecture? If you add in the other prefectures, the number of demonic beasts is too much. After many transmissions, Qin Shujian also knew that many demonic beast tides had occurred in the Baiyun prefecture. As for the casualties of Yuanzhong before, in his opinion, it must be because of the demonic beast tides. Not knowing what Qin Shujian was thinking, Song Ziming, who was standing on the side, became excited after confirming the identity of the master of Yuanzhong in front of him. He directly bowed down to him. "Master Qin, please help us solve the crisis of the demonic beast tide." Chapter 342. In Mount Liang. Qin Shujian was the publicly acknowledged #1 expert. In Song Ziming's opinion, if he could make a move, he would definitely be able to deal with the beast tide in Ancient City. Qin Shujian moved away from the beast tide's line of sight, and then he looked at Song Ziming and said with a faint smile, "Since I'm here, I won't stand idly by. Don't worry." After he finished speaking, he took a step into the air and stepped into the sky above the beast tide. Suddenly, a human appeared. It instantly attracted the attention of numerous demon beasts. Instantly, a gigantic flying demonic beast pounced over. Its pair of razor-sharp claws could easily crush a physical invulnerability stage cultivator. Qin Shujian blasted out with his palm. A blue energy palm flew out, and then it expanded with the wind and became over 30 meters long. In the blink of an eye, it was as huge as the flying demon beast, and then it collided fiercely with the flying demon beast. Bang! In just an instant, the flying demon beast seemed to have encountered an unstoppable force, and it instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Regardless of its cultivation in the Tao of formations, Qin Shujian was now a great cultivator at the 8th level of the Vision Saint realm, and in terms of true strength, even an ordinary peak Vision Saint realm cultivator was inferior to him. A demon beast that was only at the Domain God realm. How could it be a match for him? At the same time, the terrifying fluctuations from the battle here instantly attracted the attention of numerous powerful demon beasts. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's storage ring flashed, and the bow of the universe and the cloud-piercer arrow were finally released. "I almost suffocated to death." This was the first sentence the bow of the universe said. "Fuck, so many demon beast." This was the second sentence the bow of the universe said. Qin Shujian said coldly, I'll give you a chance today. Kill as many as you can. If you kill enough, I'll give you a chance to advance to a 2-seal Dao artifact. Hearing this, the bow of the universe instantly exploded. A 2-seal Dao artifact. After becoming a Dao artifact, a 2-seal Dao artifact was the level it dreamed of. In response to Qin Shujian's words, the bow of the universe didn't doubt him at all. It was fully aware of Qin Shujian's miraculous methods. Since he said it could advance to a 2-seal Dao artifact, then it would definitely be able to advance to a 2-seal Dao artifact. Thinking of this, the Qiankuan bow instantly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Soon after, the bowstring was drawn and the cloud-piercing arrow was already narked on it. The next second, the taut bowstring bounced back, and the cloud-piercing arrow instantly pierced through the void, directly entering the horde of demonic beasts. 2 1-seal Dao artifacts joined forces. Moreover, it was a companion Dao treasure. After combining the two, its power was comparable to a 2-seal Dao artifact. Such a terrifying attack directly caused all the demonic beasts it touched to explode in the air. Finally, it pierced through a prominent divine demonic beast and the cloud-piercing arrow flew back. On the city wall, all of the defenders were shocked when they saw this. After a brief moment of shock, joy appeared on his face. Initially, they didn't have the confidence to resist the beast tide. But now that they had such a powerhouse helping them, the matter would be much easier to resolve. Not everyone knew Qin Shujian. Only generals like Song Ziming, who guarded the ancient city, would have the opportunity to recognize the existence of the sect master of Yuan Zhong. As for the ordinary civilians and soldiers, even though they had heard of Qin Shujian's name, they had never seen him in person. However, this definitely didn't include the players. There were guards from the imperial court on the city wall, but there were also players who had accepted the mission. After all, the beast tide this time was very serious. The city master of the ancient city couldn't possibly let the players not use such a large force and only use the lives of his own people. This is the Cold Mountain Fort Master. I heard that the Cold Mountain Fort Master was in the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. When did he return? Our Fort Master is still our Fort Master. His strength is indeed 6. Many players had excited expressions. Many people had already forgotten the fear of being dominated by this former beginner village's big boss. Instead, as his reputation grew, many players had the thought of becoming his disciple. This method was also the recognition of the Cold Mountain Fort Master's strength. Unfortunately, until now, no one had succeeded. On the other side, the Cosmos bow had shot dozens of demonic beasts with a single arrow. At this moment, after a slight pause, it used the cloud-piercing arrow again. Its power wasn't as strong as before, but when it attacked on its own, its power was comparable to that of a prominent divine stage cultivator. It was also at this moment. Behind him, the Thousand Mountains blood was suddenly unsheathed. The 3-seal Dao artifact's power soared through the sky. When the saber energy slashed down, it was covered in lightning and instantly swallowed a large number of demonic beasts. He had 20% saber intent in his hand. Even if it was an ordinary move, Qin Shujian had reached the level of perfection. It didn't matter if it was a true martial realm demonic beast. It didn't matter if it was a spirit martial realm demonic beast. But any demonic beast that came into contact with the saber energy was killed on the spot. They didn't even have the chance to fight back. Roar. With a shocking roar, a demonic beast with 6 arms and a body of 300 to 400 feet tall strode over. A terrifying and ferocious aura spread out. This aura. It had surpassed the limits of the spirit realm and reached the god martial realm. God martial realm. Looking at this incomparably huge 6-armed demonic beast, Qin Shujian's eyes didn't show any fear. Instead, a strong desire to fight surged in his eyes. Ever since he had the skills of a formation grandmaster, it had been a long time since he fought with other existences. Most of the time, he directly used formations to crush them. After a long time, Qin Shujian almost forgot how it felt to fight back then. At this moment, under the impact of the six-armed demonic beast's aura, a long-lost desire to fight surged in his heart. Then, he released the 1,000 mountains blood in his hand and shouted, "Kill all the demonic beasts near the city wall." Buzz, the saber hummed softly. In an instant, it broke through the air and floated above the city wall. Thousands of saber energy burst out from the saber. The sharp saber energy was comparable to a divine weapon. Even the powerful body of a demonic beast couldn't withstand such an attack. 3 Seal Dao artifact. Even without its master's control, it was still comparable to a great cultivator of the god martial realm. Boom! A 300-foot-tall spirit god appeared in the void. Qin Shujian formed a seal with one hand. The spirit god in the void did the same. When the seal was formed, an almost solid mountain suddenly crushed down from the void. Rumble. The mountain crushed down, and the void rumbled. Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal, Moving Mountain Seal. Looking at the mountain crushing down, the six-armed demonic beast roared angrily. Its 6 arms blasted out with a force that could break the sky and collided heavily with the mountain. Crack! The ground beneath their feet cracked. A terrifying wind swept out in all directions with the two as the center. The terrifying power instantly shattered the mountain range. At the same time, the 6-armed demonic beast seemed to have broken through some kind of shackle. Its strength instantly rose from the peak of the prominent saint realm to the god martial realm. An invisible pressure descended from the sky, causing its body to tremble slightly. However, it was only his physical body that was trembling. The pressure of the shackles in the Spirit Protectorate was not as strong as the true Dominion and the ordinary Dominion. The 6-armed demonic beast used its powerful body to break through the shackles of the Earth domain and unleash its strength perfectly. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's eyes revealed a solemn expression. The 6-armed demonic beast could only unleash the strength of the peak of the prominent saint realm. Now, it had transformed into the god martial realm. Strength. It had undergone a huge transformation. However, he did not retreat because of this. He took a step forward and formed a seal with both hands. A terrifying body seemed to merge with the 300-foot spirit deity as a vast aura spread out. Immediately, as the seal was formed, an earth-shattering palm pressed down. An ancient aura instantly filled the air. The 6-armed demonic beast crushed the ground with one step. When it waved its 6 arms, it could shake the void. The strength of each arm could split mountains and rivers and easily kill spirit martial realm cultivators. When the two attacks collided with each other, Li Tianlan's eyes widened. There was an earth-shattering sound. Boom! Boom! The speed of the two attacks was not fast. However, every attack shook the wind and clouds. The terrifying aftershocks spread out, causing many demonic beasts to retreat. The 300-foot spirit deity. This was Qin Shujian's greatest asset at the moment. The 300-foot spirit deity allowed him to possess a spiritual force power that was not weaker than the god martial realm. With the support of the spirit deity, the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal. The strength it unleashed was also different from before. Mountain Moving Seal. Ocean Overturning Seal. Demon Suppressing Seal. The 3 simple moves of the Great Desolate Demon Suppressing Seal actually hid many changes. It was just that all the changes reached a very simple level and finally condensed into 3 moves of the Great Desolate Demon Suppressing Seal. Moreover, under the superposition of the 7 techniques, Qin Shujian also had a surging vital essence that was far more than others. As for the immortal king body, it also allowed his physical body to reach an extremely powerful level. With the combination of the 3, in fact, Qin Shujian did not have any obvious weaknesses. Every attack he made was a head-on collision with the 6-armed demonic beast. The terrifying power was unleashed and the aftershocks spread out. It could not shake the body at all. Boom! Demon Suppressing Seal. Another palm fell and the 6-armed demonic beast was forced to retreat. In terms of foundation, even if it was an existence of the god martial realm, it was still weaker than Qin Shujian. This gap, as time passed, it had been gradually expanded. Demon Suppressing Seal. Demon Suppressing Seal. Demon Suppressing Seal. From beginning to end, Qin Shujian only used one move of the demon suppressing seal. When the six-armed demonic beast suffered this terrifying power one after another, the blood in its body boiled violently. Its physical body, which could resist the shackles of the spirit domain, also showed signs of collapse. It was also at this moment, another huge demonic beast came from afar. The familiar appearance made him instantly recognize the demonic beast's identity. Three-headed green feather kite. It was exactly the same three-headed green feather kite. Only in terms of aura, it was much stronger than the three-headed green feather kite that was killed in the Liang mountain boundary. Just like the six-armed demonic beast. The other party was also in the god martial realm. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's eyes turned cold and he shouted angrily, "Saber, come!" As soon as he finished speaking, the long saber broke through the air and instantly fell into his hand. Immediately, all the power in his body gathered in the long saber. 3 Dao seals appeared on the blade. The next moment, the spirit returned to his body. Qin Shujian took a step forward and approached the six-armed demonic beast. The long saber slashed at the opponent. Boom! Chapter 343. The six-armed beast was already at a disadvantage. At this moment, Qin Shujian was holding a doctrine artifact, so it was impossible for him to resist. As for the beast's powerful body that it was proud of, it was useless in front of a doctrine artifact. The long saber swept past. With a large rain of blood, the six-armed beast's head was directly cut off by thousand mountain blood. The hill-sized head fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, the three-headed green feather kite also swooped down. Qin Shujian waved his hand and countless formation patterns condensed in the void. A large formation instantly covered and swallowed the three-headed green feather kite. Immediately, then, he stepped into the formation. It took less than a minute. The formation was broken. The three-headed green feather kite was already gone. It only took a minute. A demonic beast of the god martial realm had died just like that. Not even its corpse was left behind. Everyone on the city wall was shocked. In the air, Qin Shujian looked at the large number of demonic beasts below and a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, a large array appeared from the void and covered 1/3 of the demonic beasts on the battlefield. The close combat with the six-armed monster beast had already vented the fighting spirit in his heart. As for the remaining beasts, there was no need to fight them head-on. After all, there were many beasts now. Although the beast tide was fierce, in Qin Shujian's eyes, it was also a huge source of life waving to him. If too many beasts died in the hands of the defenders, it would be an invisible loss for him. Stars shift. The void changed. The doctrine artifact Thousand Mountain Blood suppressed everything as the formation eye. In the void, the monstrous hellfire of King Ming burned and swallowed all the beasts. It didn't matter if they were god martial arts realm beasts. They were true martial arts realm beasts or spirit martial arts realm beasts. In front of the hellfire of King Ming, they had no power to resist at all. Fire lotuses formed one after another. Then Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and all the fire lotuses fell into his hand. Waves of pure energy gushed out from the fire lotus. After that, they converged into the spirit deity that was being nurtured in his mind. At the same time, his life source was also rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qin Shujian also realized a problem. That was, the life force gained from devouring the fire lotus was about twice as much as the life force gained from simply killing the same level of demon beasts. As for the reason for the discovery, there was a strong contrast between the six-armed demonic beast and the three-headed green feather kite that had been devoured by the Ming King Hellfire. Devouring fiery lotus. Not only would he obtain more life force, but he would also be able to improve his spiritual deity. But such a secret. Qin Shujian also knew that he could not easily expose himself. Therefore, when he used the Bright King Hellfire, he used the array as a cover. In less than 10 minutes, when the formation was broken, everyone only saw Qin Shujian appear in mid-air. As for the tens of thousands of demonic beasts that were swallowed by the formation, they were nowhere to be seen. Array Dao Master. This is the method of an array master. Seeing this, Song Ziming sucked in a breath of cold air. How long had it been? Tens of thousands of demonic beasts had all disappeared. Under such circumstances, everyone knew what it meant to disappear. There were no corpses left. In just a short while, tens of thousands of demonic beasts had already disappeared without a trace. Such power. At the same time, it made him feel a chill in his heart. Too strong. So strong that it made people unable to resist at all. At this moment, the commotion on the East City wall naturally attracted the attention of the other experts in the ancient city. Very soon, several figures flew over and landed on top of the city wall. Feeling the commotion around him, Song Ziming hurriedly bowed and saluted, "Greetings to the city master and all the lord." No need to be so polite. The city master Huaranbang waved his hand slightly, but his eyes did not leave Qin Shujian's back at all. As for the other experts who followed him, they also looked at the back of the figure that was floating in the air and facing a large number of demonic beasts. Their eyes were also filled with doubt. Who is this? Sect Master Qin of Yuan Sect. Sect Master Qin. Hearing Song Ziming's words, Huaranbang was surprised and immediately revealed a joyful expression. How could he not have heard of Qin Shujian's name? However, just by looking at his back, Huaranbang could not recognize his specific identity. It was just that he did not have any information about when he came to the ancient city. As for the other experts who followed him, each of them had a different expression on their faces. Someone asked in surprise, "Is this the array master of Baiyun Mansion?" "That's right." Hiss. Hearing Huaranbang's affirmation, the rest of the people were also shocked. At this moment, in the air, Qin Shujian looked at the demonic beasts that still did not retreat because of the disappearance of a large number of demonic beasts. In the next moment, he spread out his divine thought and a huge array directly descended from the void. Rumble. This array was even bigger than the previous one. In the blink of an eye, it covered all the demonic beasts. Inside the array, the demonic beasts roared and rushed, trying to break the confinement of the array. However, once the array was set up, it was not easy to break it unless one had the strength of the envoy of the Black Abyss. This time, it covered a lot of demonic beasts. Among them, there were a few God Martial Realm demonic beasts and many Spirit Martial Realm demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were not weak. However, it was difficult for them to do anything in the array. A bow, an arrow, and a long saber. The three Taoist weapons suppressed the void and directly served as the array core to stabilize the array. Then, the bright king Hellfire burned the void and endless saber chi poured down. Some God Martial Realm demonic beasts were unwilling to die. They directly stepped into the air and attacked Qin Shujian. Fourth grade Golden Lotus appeared. The top 2 seal Taoist weapons defense was amazing. Unless it was a Taoist weapon of the same level or an attack that had reached the peak of the God Martial Realm, the defensive shield could not be shaken at all. Bang! The attack collided with the shield. The pale golden shield only shook slightly. Then, Qin Shujian wrote an array pattern and it landed in the void. In an instant, a thick thunderbolt struck down and hit the demonic beast until it coughed up blood and fell from the void. In the next second, it was already swallowed by the bright king Hellfire. Boom! Thousands of demonic beasts wailed but could not do anything to the array or resist the power of the bright king Hellfire. Qin Shujian looked at all this indifferently. There was no ripple in his heart. They were not of the same race. Their intentions were definitely different. The beast tide caused by the demonic beasts had rushed all the way to the ancient city. It was easy to imagine how many people had died in the demonic beasts' mouths. After all, when the ancient city had been upgraded in the Liang Mountain Spiritual Protectorate, it had been in the True Dominion. Close to the Spirit Resonance True Dominion were many ordinary dominions. Now, the beast tide had arrived. It must have broken through the former ordinary dominions to reach this place. Perhaps in the demonic beast's eyes, the human race was just food. However, in Qin Shujian's eyes, these demonic beasts were just food for him. However, the beast tide this time made him think of many things. Demonic beasts would not easily leave the endless mountain range. This was an imprint hidden in their bloodline inheritance. Under normal circumstances, they would not go against it. In terms of intelligence, demonic beasts were at most slightly higher than ordinary wild beasts. However, they were not qualified to break away from being beasts. Beasts. They followed the information of the bloodline inheritance. Now that the thousands of demonic beasts had stepped out of the endless mountain range, there must be something behind them. Qin Shujian only had to think about it for a moment before he understood. Among them, there must be the demon race's shadow. The human emperor has just passed away, but the demon race could not hold back and attacked. The beast tide might just be the beginning. I don't know how much trouble there will be in the future. Qin Shujian's heart sank. Compared to the demon race's strength, the origin sect was too weak. Even if he were to use all of his means, he would only be equivalent to a celestial being. Furthermore, he was not very strong. He looked at the demon race again. The other party could fight with the human emperor for so long and still not attack the endless mountain range even after the unification of the great Zhao Empire. The demon race definitely did not lack heaven beings. It was not as simple as just one or two. This kind of strength, it was shockingly strong. At this moment, Qin Shujian also had an urge to urgently improve his strength. But he was also clear. This kind of thing could not be rushed in a short period of time. At this moment, as the array was activated, the weaker demonic beasts had been burned to ashes by the Ming King Hellfire and turned into fire lotuses floating in the void. As for the stronger demonic beasts, they were also at the stage of being spent. Not long after, except for Qin Shujian, there was no other living creature in the array. Only the tens of thousands of fire lotuses condensed in the void, like a sky full of starfire, giving people a dazzling color. The next moment, following Qin Shujian's thought, the tens of thousands of fire lotuses gradually gathered together, forming a huge fire lotus. Then, a powerful divine thought fell on the huge fire lotus, compressing it step by step. Soon, the fire lotus that was more than 100 feet long was forcibly compressed to the size of a palm. The originally dark red fire lotus had turned purple-black at this moment, giving people an illusion that it was extremely bewitching and evil. He held the purple-black fire lotus with one hand. The unimaginably pure energy directly poured into his body from the fire lotus. Originally, after absorbing the last batch of demonic beasts, the spiritual deity that had reached a height of 32 feet was growing at a speed that could be perceived. 33, 34, 35, 36. Boom, after all the energy was exhausted, the spiritual deity was already fixed at a height of 37 feet. In an instant, a terrifying power was emitted from Qin Shujian's body, sweeping in all directions like a wave. At this moment, Qin Shujian even felt that his body was floating as if there was nothing, and that his spiritual deity would leave his body at any time. This was a sudden change. It made his expression become solemn, and then he used his mind to forcibly stabilize the connection between the spiritual deity and his physical body. It seems that the spiritual deity has grown too fast and has exceeded the limit of the body, so this situation has occurred. Chapter 344. The Great Array Shattered. All the demon beasts disappeared. Qin Shujian was the only one standing in the void. After a while, he flew back and landed on top of the city wall. Seeing this, Huanbang immediately went up to greet him. Just as he was about to speak, he subconsciously met Qin Shujian's eyes. Immediately, he was stunned on the spot. After a long time, Huanbang barely regained his senses, but he no longer dared to meet Qin Shujian's gaze. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he said, "I am the City Lord of Ancient City, Huanbang. Greetings to Sect Master Qin." "City Lord Hua, there's no need to be so polite. This time, Sect Master Qin has taken action to solve the beast tide disaster in my ancient city. It is truly a blessing to the people. You should accept my salute." While speaking, Huanbang had already bowed deeply. As for the other guards on the city wall, they also bowed to Qin Shujian. To this, Qin Shujian did not say anything else and calmly accepted this salute. In the end, he was the one who dealt with the beast tide. It could be said that he had saved their lives. A life in exchange for a big gift was not an excessive thing. As for the others, They all came over to pay their respects. When they met Qin Shujian's eyes, they were the same as Huanbang. Their expressions were all shocked, but they quickly came back to their senses. Although their expressions remained calm, their hearts were extremely shocked. Divine sense intimidation. Just by looking at him, he was able to intimidate cultivators like Huanbang, who were in the airborne realm. Even great cultivators like them were affected. In this situation, only when one's divine sense had reached an extremely strong level could one achieve such a level. If they remembered correctly, the other party was only a great cultivator of the illustrious saint stage. But now it seemed, this divine sense intimidation was definitely not something that an illustrious saint stage cultivator could possess. In terms of purity and overflow, even an ordinary divine martial realm cultivator would find it difficult to reach. After the salute, Huanbang said, "Please wait a moment, Sect Master Qin. After I deal with the remaining demon beasts, I will personally host a banquet at the City Lord's mansion." On the 4 walls of the ancient city, only the east wall suffered the most attacks from the demon beasts. As for the other 3 walls, their numbers were much lower. This time, Qin Shujian had wiped out all the demonic beasts on the eastern city wall. 80% of the demonic beasts that had besieged the ancient city had been wiped out. The remaining 20%. The ancient city's own power was enough to deal with it. Regarding this, Huanbang couldn't ask Qin Shujian to take action again. After all, Zhencheng also wanted to save face. However, when Huanbang mentioned the beasts, Qin Shujian immediately said, "There is no need to hold a banquet. Now that the beast tide has not been solved, I definitely have no reason to stop and watch. Allow me to exterminate the other demonic beasts before coming back to meet with the city lord." After saying this, without waiting for Huanbang to speak, he directly flew away from the city wall and circled to the other neighboring city walls. Look at this. Huanbang couldn't help but sigh. Sect Master Qin is really warm-hearted. My ancient city owes you a lot in this matter, City Lord. If it wasn't for sect leader Qin, I'm afraid that the city walls would have been breached. Song Ziming, who was at the side, also said with emotion. Only after sending people to clean up the battlefield just now did they understand the extent of the damage to the city walls. If the demonic beasts were allowed to attack, once the city walls collapsed, the entire ancient city would be in big trouble. Hearing this, many people nodded in agreement. Even the experts sent by the imperial court secretly nodded in agreement with Qin Shujian's actions. This time, there were demonic beasts everywhere. It was impossible for the imperial court to completely sit back and do nothing. Even if the human emperor had passed away and the situation was turbulent, they still needed to send experts to various places to suppress the demonic beasts. It could be said that, now that the entire Great Zhao had fallen into a precarious situation with the fall of the human emperor, it was precisely the time that they needed enthusiastic cultivators like Qin Shujian. Huanbang and the others thought in their hearts. Qin Shujian had no idea at all. At this moment, he urgently needed a large amount of life source to increase his strength. The demonic beasts were terrifying to others. But for Qin Shujian, this was a large amount of life source. Presently, the battle on the other 3 city walls was also intense. However, because the number of demonic beasts was small, they were able to fight back and forth with the defenders and a large number of players. Moreover, they had a great advantage. There were even players who directly left the city and formed teams to hunt demonic beasts. At this moment, 5 players were besieging a heavily injured spirit god realm demonic beast. Pay attention to your positioning. Don't let it counterattack before it dies. Be careful, it's going to counterattack. The players' eyes were excited, but their expressions were solemn. They didn't dare relax at all. Their skillful positioning and extraordinary attacks were slowly wearing down the demonic beast's vitality. Even if 5 people split a spirit god realm demonic beast, they would still obtain a lot of experience points. If they were lucky enough to obtain a demonic beast core, then they would make a huge profit. Moreover, the probability of a spirit god realm demonic beast possessing a demonic beast core was extremely high. With their strength at the inner energy realm, They usually didn't have the chance to hunt spirit god realm demonic beasts. After all, this game was different from other games. If it was any other game, they could just use players to kill it, and they would definitely be able to defeat it as long as their health dropped. But they couldn't do that in this game. There was no other reason. Just the fact that they would drop a realm every time they died was a loss that many players couldn't bear. Especially when the realm in the game world was linked to cultivation in reality, then the importance of realm was even greater. The demonic beast can't hold on any longer. Let's work harder and destroy it. The leader of the players had an excited expression. Just as they were about to kill the demonic beast, a cold light suddenly flashed before their eyes. In the next moment, the demonic beast's head directly exploded, and an arrow condensed from spirit energy slowly dissipated in their line of sight. It was a sudden change. The 5 players were dumbfounded. Very soon, the few of them came to their senses, and their faces were filled with anger. Their kill was stolen. When they were just a step away, their kill was actually stolen. With furious eyes, the players turned their heads to look, and they were stunned again. What did they see? A bow. A bow was hunting the demonic beast. Seeing this, someone couldn't help but wipe his eyes with his hand, thinking that he was seeing things. Did a bow steal my kill? They originally thought that it was other players who stole their kill, but in the end, it was a bow. This was a little awkward. But very soon. Then, someone came over from the sky. Instantly, some players recognized the identity of the person who came. Liang Shan fought master. Ignoring the thoughts of the players below, the Cosmos bow dealt with those wandering demonic beasts. As for Qin Shujian, his gaze was all on the demonic beasts below the city wall. The next second, the great array directly descended, covering all the demonic beasts. It took less than 10 minutes in total. The great array dissipated, and Qin Shujian had already flown away again. The difference was, there were originally a lot of demonic beasts, but now there was not a single one left. Even some of the demonic beasts that were surrounded by players were all killed by the Cosmos bow. For a moment, there were countless players who had their kill stolen. Looking at the empty place, many players thought that they were living in a dream. After a short silence, a player said angrily, "This is AF** King Array Master. How is this an Array Master? This is clearly a monster leveling machine. If I had this method, my level would have increased by leaps and bounds. I want to ask, which family is the best at learning arrays? Bring me along." This was the first time many people had seen the methods of an Array Master. This kind of method of harvesting a large number of demonic beasts with a wave of his hand really made all the players envious. If he had the same method as the Liang Shan Fort Master, he wouldn't have to be afraid of killing monsters slowly. He would directly rush into the endless mountain range and kill a bunch of monsters. His level would increase by leaps and bounds, and it would be faster than eating experience pills. And eating experience pills. There was also the problem of medicinal properties that needed to be paid attention to. He couldn't eat it too often. After eliminating the demonic beasts outside the South City, Qin Shujian continued to wander around the West City and North City, killing all the remaining demonic beasts. As for the harvest, the spirit god had grown by another 10 feet, reaching a height of 38 feet. After that, Qin Shujian felt that the spirit god had reached a limit in a short period of time. If it continued to grow, it would probably break free from the shackles of its physical body. Ascension. Thinking of a certain rumor, he directly shook his head and drove this idea out of his mind. So, after the spirit god reached the limit, Qin Shujian no longer used the Ming King Hellfire to refine it. Instead, he used the power of the array to kill it. In this way, without the fire lotus to devour, the life source obtained from killing the demonic beasts was also reduced by half. However, as a harvest, he could collect enough beast cores from the corpses of the demonic beasts. Looking at the more than 65 million life sources, Qin Shujian's face finally revealed a bright smile. In other words, in less than half a day, the demonic beast tied in the ancient city had contributed 30 million life sources to him. Such a fast way of harvesting. It made Qin Shujian's heart palpitate with excitement. If such a demonic beast tide came a few more times, he would definitely be able to collect enough life sources to perfect the Gui Yuan ancestral code. Soon, Qin Shujian walked around the entire ancient city. After ensuring that there were no demonic beasts left, he returned to the starting point. After seeing Huanbang, without waiting for the other party to speak, he immediately said, "City Lord Hua, all the demonic beasts have been killed. I have other things to do here, so I won't stay any longer. Goodbye." Qin Huanbang originally wanted to say something, but he didn't have the chance to speak at all. Because Qin Shujian had already left the city at this moment and directly headed for the teleportation gate in the city. Seeing this, he had no choice but to shut his mouth and suppress the idea of keeping the other party and hosting a banquet to entertain him. Seeing this, Song Ziming couldn't help but say, now that the Origin sect is also under attack by the demonic beast tide, Sect Master Qin must be in a hurry to go back to deal with the demonic beast tide. That's why he left in such a hurry. Hearing this, Huanbang sighed and said, "The Origin sect is under attack by the demonic beast tide," but Sect Master Qin didn't rush back immediately. Instead, he took the initiative to solve the crisis in the ancient city. This spirit of self-sacrifice is really admirable. Chapter 345. The teleportation gate flashed. The scene changed. When Qin Shujian looked at his surroundings again, he had already entered Cold Mountain City. At this moment, the deacons of Yuan sect were still guarding the teleportation gate. When they saw the teleportation gate flashing, the deacons who were guarding it looked over. When they saw the person who appeared, they were stunned. Soon after, they were overjoyed. "Greetings, Sect Master." No need for formalities. Qin Shujian waved his hand. With his senses, he could already sense that there were demonic beasts wreaking havoc outside Cold Mountain City. He did not want to waste time with the two of them. Qin Shujian used his divine will to lift his body into the air. In an instant, he disappeared from where he stood. At this moment, outside Cold Mountain City, a large number of demonic beasts were attacking the city. The city protection array had already been activated. Qin Shujian had personally set up the master array. No matter how much the demonic beasts attacked, it could not be shaken at all. As for the experts in the city, it was not that all of them did not come out. Instead, they came out of the city in an orderly manner to kill some of the demonic beasts. They only came back when their true origin was about to be exhausted. When Qin Shujian rose into the air, he spread out his divine will. As far as his eyes could see, there was a faint golden barrier appearing at the border of Cold Mountain City, the stone forest, and the Shining Plains. It covered the entire mountain peak. He was very clear. This was caused by Yuan sect's main branch and the other branches activating the array that they had left behind. However, on the Lion-Tiger Plains, Qin Shujian did not see the array rise. Similarly, he did not receive any news of Neodal's death. He guessed that nothing had happened to this demonic bull. As Qin Shujian rose into the air, the people in the city also noticed this figure. If not everyone in Ancient City had seen Qin Shujian before, then in Cold Mountain City, there was no one who did not recognize this Cold Mountain region master, the sect master of Yuan sect. The sect master is back. The sect master is back. The demonic beasts will definitely retreat. The disciples of Yuan sect were instantly excited. As for those who had failed to join the Yuan sect but remained in the city, as well as those who had heard of the Grandmaster's reputation, they were all looking at the figure in the sky with a strange expression. In Liangshan City, it had a space-forbidding array. Even a great cultivator of the God Martial realm couldn't escape the restraints of the formation and could only walk on foot. In the entire Cold Mountain City, there was only one person who was qualified to fly and ignore the flight restriction array. That was the sect master of Yuan Zone, who had set up the formation. Qin Shujian. Outside Liangshan City, 10,000 beasts attacked the city. The numerous demonic beasts seemed to be able to sense the aura of flesh and blood within the city. All of them madly attacked the city's protective shield, attempting to break through the city and devour the food within. However, it was difficult to break through a Grandmaster's formation, and the city itself was a huge spiritual weapon. He wanted to destroy a spirit artifact. On top of that, there was a buff. This was definitely not an easy task. However, it had been more than a day since the demonic beast tide began, and there were no signs of Liangshan City being broken through. It was still as stable as Mount Tai. When Qin Shujian stepped onto the city wall of Liangshan City, he happened to see a large number of demonic beasts surrounding the entire city. In terms of numbers, there were a lot more demonic beasts than when they had besieged Ancient City. Regarding this, he didn't find it too strange. After all, Liangshan City was close to the endless mountain range. It was normal for there to be more demonic beasts. Sect Master Zhong Ergu was originally observing the situation on the city wall. When he suddenly saw Qin Shujian's figure, he was momentarily stunned. Then, he bowed. Qin Shujian asked, "What's the situation now?" "Yesterday, the demonic beasts all came out of the endless mountain range. The demonic beasts array you set up was broken through. The Great Elder led everyone to resist the demonic beasts. In the end, because there were too many demonic beasts, we had no choice but to activate the defensive formation halfway," Zhong Ergu said in a deep voice. "As for the people in Liangshan, Stone Forest, and Shining Plains, we have already sent people to evacuate them while we were resisting the demonic beasts." Hearing this, Qin Shujian understood in his heart. This also explained why Yuan Zhong had suffered a lot of damage earlier. In other words, the people in these three areas have all been evacuated. Only the demonic beasts are left to wreak havoc. "That's right. Well done." Qin Shujian nodded. He was quite satisfied with Zheng Fang's actions. On the other side, Zhong Ergu's expression was somewhat excited at this moment. He said, "Sect Master, since you have returned, should we attack the demonic beasts?" "There's no need. Leave this matter to me." Qin Shujian waved his hand. Soon after, he took a step into the air. Behind him, the 1,000 mountain blood was suddenly unsheathed. It turned into a bolt of lightning that shot into the sky. Soon after, a terrifying aura was emitted. As the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered, a huge shadow of a long saber appeared in the sky. The long saber occupied the sky. With Liangshan City as the center, the shadow of the long saber and its terrifying aura could be seen in the nearby areas. Inside Yuan sect, when the shadow of the long saber appeared, Zheng Fang directly looked at the sky and said in a deep voice, "1,000 mountain blood. Sect Master is back." Many people recognized 1,000 mountain blood. Soon, the news of Qin Shujian's return spread like the wind throughout the entire sect. Not only that, when the people in the other areas saw the long saber, they vaguely guessed something in their hearts. At this moment, when Qian Shanxue flew into the air, Qin Shujian also took a step forward and flew up into the sky. Roar! Some flying demonic beasts pounced toward Qin Shujian. However, before they could get close, a shocking saber aura exploded and killed them in the air. Holding the saber with one hand, Qin Shujian's divine sense spread out. As if it had triggered something, he angrily shouted, "Rise!" In the lion-tiger plain, Niu Dali suddenly woke up from his sleep. He immediately saw the long saber statue erected in front of Demon Bull Cave. At this moment, it suddenly shook. Then, a beam of light shot into the sky. A terrifying aura spread out. It made him feel as if he had felt something terrifying in his heart. At the same time, a voice sounded in his mind. In half an hour, all demonic beasts in the demon vein must come within 100 feet of the stone statue. Those who do not come within the time limit will die. Suddenly, Niu Dali's body trembled. Then, he let out a roar. His divine sense spread out and the corresponding information was transmitted to the minds of all the demonic beasts in the demon vein. In an instant, many demonic beasts rushed toward Demon Bull Cave. Something worth mentioning was, even though the beast tide had started, not a single demonic beast from the endless mountain range set foot on Lion-Tiger Plain. At the same time, in the main sect, the various branches, including Liang Mountain City. The long saber statue emitted a beam of golden light. Then, it shot into the sky like a pillar of heaven. Then, 8 beams of light spread out. Like a large net, it enveloped the Liang Mountain region, the Stone Forest, the Lion-Tiger Plain, and the Shining Plain. Then, countless runes appeared in the sky and turned into dense threads. At the same time, the earth was covered with faint golden lines. In an instant, the 4 regions were linked together. This was a sudden change. Everyone was shocked. They raised their heads and looked at the golden net in the sky. It was as if they were in a huge cage. From the outside, almost half of the Cold Mountain spiritual region could see the 8 beams of light shooting into the sky and the golden net spreading out. It was like a layer of oval-shaped protective shield that firmly covered the entire region. What is this thing? What the hell happened? Even when they were dealing with the beast tide, the experts from the various sects and the other unaffiliated experts were all shocked. They looked in the direction of the Liang Mountain region. Regarding this sudden turn of events, they were all shocked. No one knew what had happened. To the people of the Liang Mountain region, the region where the origin sect was located was the center of the entire region. Now that such a change had happened, it naturally attracted attention. Could this be a formation? Looking at the shield that blocked his line of sight, Xiong Haogan's shock was no less than anyone else's. Even with his experience, he couldn't figure out the reason for the change. A formation? Or something else? Although Xiong Haogan was a high-grade formation master, after coming to the origin sect, he realized that he was just a frog in a well. His knowledge of formations was still too little. Even the hall master of the formation hall could not see any clues. The other people in the origin sect could not understand the change in the sky. However, only great cultivators who had reached the prominent divine stage and above could sense the terrifying power of the golden net in the sky. They had sharp divine senses. They did not even dare to touch the depth of the golden net. It was as if a light touch would cause them to suffer some kind of heavy injury. This kind of premonition. It made these great cultivators shrink back. In the sky, Qin Shujian stood alone in the sky, holding the 1,000 mountain blood in his hand. He stood in the center of the great formation. From his line of sight, he could overlook the entire range of the great formation, as well as the numerous demonic beasts below. When he had heavily injured the 6 Desires Demon Lord, the great formation he had set up was his best work. Then the great formation he had set up now. It was the method he had truly worked hard on. No one had ever known that the stone statues erected in the main sect, branch sect, and Cold Mountain City would be the core of the great formation. No one had ever known there would be such a terrifying great formation within the entire origin sect sphere of influence. Qin Shujian was like a god from the 9 heavens, looking down at the many demonic beasts below. He shouted like a heavenly voice, "Heaven collapse!" As soon as he finished speaking, the great formation changed. In an instant, it was as if the sky had collapsed. An invisible pressure came crashing down from the sky. Then, all the flying demonic beasts let out mournful cries. They were directly bombarded by this pressure and fell to the ground. No matter if it was a divine martial realm demonic beast. It was fine if it was a spirit martial realm demonic beast. At this moment, they seemed to have lost the ability to fly and directly fell to the ground. Rumble. A large number of demonic beasts fell and collided with the demonic beasts on the ground. Fortunately, these demonic beasts had strong bodies. Even if they fell from a high altitude and caused a violent impact, there was still no situation of falling to their deaths or being smashed to death. Chapter 346. All the flying beasts fell. Qin Shujian shouted coldly again. He carved a formation pattern in the air with the long knife in his hand and immediately entered the formation. Earth crack. The earth shook. In an instant, it was as if the stars had moved. The pale golden patterns all over the earth completely came to life at this moment. Then, he saw the mountains collapse. The ground cracked. Many beasts were swallowed and buried in it. It was also at this moment. Qin Shujian felt that his divine consciousness was fading like a tide. In an instant, more than half of it disappeared. Even the vital essence in his body had almost evaporated to the point of exhaustion. Seeing this, his eyes became fierce. Looking at the source of life that had reached more than 60 million, he directly moved his mind. Nearly 40 million of the source of life evaporated. Instead, the remaining 6 cultivation methods were all forcibly raised to the 6th level of the spiritual martial art, the peak of the airborne realm. Rumble. In an instant, the cultivation methods were upgraded. The spirit chi in the world surged crazily and turned into 2 torrents, rushing to the spirit god in his dantian and sea of consciousness. The vital essence that was originally consumed. In less than a breath, it had completely recovered, and the total amount was several times more than before. As for the spirit god, with the support of the 6 cultivation methods, it directly broke through to 410 feet. The skyrocketing divine consciousness. However, there were no signs of it leaving the body again. Because the breakthrough of the 6 cultivation methods just now caused the spirit chi of heaven and earth to flow backward, it seemed to have opened another secret in the body, causing the physical body to become even stronger. Therefore, even though the spirit god had broken through to 410 feet, it was not completely out of control. Qin Shujian didn't know what level the spirit god of the god martial arts realm had reached. But he knew. The spirit god of 410 feet was definitely unique in the spirit martial arts realm. The skyrocketing strength. It made him look at the beasts below, as if victory was already in his hands. The next moment, he saw the formation tremble, and the vast divine consciousness crazily decreased, as if it was absorbed by some existence. For this, Qin Shujian was calm. He looked at the many beasts and said softly, "Kill the beast." 2 simple words. But it made the sky explode. Shortly after, the golden net that formed a protective shield in the sky shattered in an instant, turning into a golden rain that fell from the sky. It seemed gentle, but it was as fast as lightning, giving people a dreamlike beauty. As the golden drizzle fell, all the places where there were stone statues with long sabers were emitting a faint golden light, which blended with the defensive formation of the city or mountain. The golden rain falling from the sky would not enter the protective range of the formation. As for the lion-tiger plain, with the stone statue as the center, a protective shield with a radius of 300 meters appeared. Seeing this scene, some experts could not help but extend their divine senses to investigate. However, as soon as his divine sense extended out of the protective range, it immediately came into contact with the golden drizzle. The next second, the cultivator let out a blood-curdling scream as his face turned frighteningly pale. His divine sense had been severely injured. Meanwhile, the golden drizzle fell and touched the demonic beasts within the range of the formation. Shortly after, all the demonic beasts stopped in the golden drizzle, and in less than 2 seconds, they turned into minced meat and scattered all over the ground. There were no cries. There was no escape. Everything in the formation seemed to have been completely frozen. The golden brilliance. But it was the beginning of death. All the cultivators who saw this scene were stunned on the spot, their eyes filled with horror. In the lion-tiger plain, many demonic beasts of the demon vein gathered within 300 meters of the stone statue. Looking at the golden drizzle falling outside, their bodies trembled slightly on the ground. Even with the low intelligence of the demonic beasts, they could also feel the terror. Even the sight of their own kind turning into minced meat outside aroused the fear in the depths of their hearts. As for Nyo Dali, the elder of the demon vein, he was no longer sleepy. His bell-sized eyes looked at everything outside the shield, and they were filled with shock. For some reason, he especially wanted to use a sentence to express the scene at this moment. It was just that he lacked words, so he really could not think of too many decorative words. After holding it in for a long time, Nyo Dali finally squeezed out 2 words, awesome. He knew what an ox was. After all, he was an ox demon. However, Nyo Dali had no idea what the word awesome meant. The reason why he knew these 2 words was because he had heard the Inhumans say it before, so he remembered it. Although he did not know what it meant, But Nyo Dali felt that these two words were the most appropriate for this situation. After that, he raised his head to look at the shield in the sky, and a trace of worry rose in his heart. This thing won't break, right? If this breaks, will it be too late for me to go back to the demon ox cave to hide? Nyo Dali smacked his lips, and suddenly, he felt a little sleepy again. Then, he glanced at everything outside that was already quiet, and thought about it. It was better to go back to sleep. In his opinion, in the beast tide this time, there was no lack of powerful demonic beasts in the Saint Realm and the Divine Martial Realm. This made Nyo Dali a little hurt. As a dignified demon, he could not even compare to demonic beasts with low intelligence. Thinking of this, Nyo Dali sighed, my airborne realm is still too weak, but cultivating is too tiring. It's better to sleep first. No sleep. Where did the spiritual cultivation come from? At this moment, the golden drizzle fell, and in the surrounding area, other than the people inside the shield, all living creatures were extinct. Fortunately, at this time, the people in the area had already been moved to a safe place. Outside, other than demonic beasts, there were only demonic beasts. It was also at this moment Qin Shujian saw his life source jumping at an exaggerated degree. In a short moment, not only did he recover the more than 30 million points of life source that he had just consumed, but it also rose rapidly, and in the end, it directly reached more than 90 million points, close to 100 million points. So much life source entered his account. Immediately, Qin Shujian's face revealed a smile. This wave was not a loss, no. It was not correct to say that it was not a loss. It should be said that it was a bloody profit. It was also at this moment. The shield that spread out from the 8 stone statues seemed to have exhausted its energy, and the shield shattered inch by inch. At the same time, at this moment, the stone statue with the long sword seemed to have dimmed a little. The long sword was sheathed. Qin Shujian's divine sense descended from the sky, and he had already returned to Cold Mountain City. The current Cold Mountain City had already sunk into complete silence. Everyone seemed to be still in the previous scene, and they had not recovered from their shock. Even Zhong Ergu, who was standing at the side, opened his mouth slightly, but he could not say anything. All disciples of the Yuan sect, listen to my order. Immediately go to various places to collect beast cores. Qin Shujian's divine sense spread out, and the words he said directly reverberated in the sky under the effect of his divine sense. Immediately, apart from the demon branch, the disciples of the other branches and the main branch immediately recovered from their shock, and immediately bowed to receive the order, and said in unison, "Disciples obey." After that, the great mountain protection array closed, and tens of thousands of Yuan sect disciples all came out. When they saw that the ground had not been refreshed, and it was like a scene from hell, many timid male players, as well as a large number of female players, turned pale. Especially when the smell of blood filled the air, and many people had the urge to vomit. However, even more people's expressions did not change. Needless to say, the local disciples did not need to be mentioned. As for the other players, they had already entered the game for about 2 years, and they had already experienced most of the things. Although it was the first time they had seen something like this, it was not enough to cause them to feel fear. However, although they did not feel fear, the shock in their hearts did not lessen at all. A great array. Who knew how many demonic beasts had been destroyed? Looking at the scene in front of them, which was like a scene from hell, it was simply impossible to calculate how many demonic beasts had died. Shortly after, these people rummaged through the flesh of the demonic beasts, looking for beast cores. At present, all the demonic beasts had already turned into minced meat, and there was nothing left of their skins. The only thing left was beast cores. This is, a beast core? Liu Dazhong swept through the surrounding flesh of the demonic beasts, and found a crystal-like object. After looking through it, his eyes were filled with regret, and also shock. A beast core was indeed a beast core. However, it was not a complete beast core, but the kind that was broken. A beast core was incomparably hard, and even a spiritual weapon would not be able to break it. However, even if it was such a hard object, Under the golden drizzle, it was still cut into pieces, and its power was evident. Very soon, Liu Dazhong found a beast core that was 1/3 smaller than the one in his hand in an adjacent place, and the two were combined to form a complete beast core. After that, he looked at the beast core in his hand with regret, and then threw it away. A beast core could not be broken. Once it was broken, the energy inside would be lost. In short, it was useless. Before the disciples of Yuan's sect could collect many beast cores, the respawn time was up. All the scattered flesh of the demonic beasts disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, the scene of Azura Purgatory had completely disappeared. Including the thick smell of blood in the air, it was as if it had never appeared. When all the corpses were respawned, some experts expanded their divine consciousness, and only then did they see that the surrounding area had already undergone a huge change. The scene of the mountains collapsing and the earth splitting open earlier was not an illusion. It was something that had really happened. It was just that after the earth split open, it healed again. However, such a change had already caused the landscape of the surrounding area to undergo a completely different change. When someone used the original landscape and compared it with the current situation, a word appeared in the minds of some cultivators. Changing the heavens and the earth. This is the true means of a formation Dao Grandmaster. When a shocking array is set up, it is enough to change the heavens and the earth to an unimaginable extent. Xiong Haogan was shocked and said with emotion. He was too far away from such a realm. On the Dao of formation, there was still a long way to go. Chapter 347. After he returned to the origin sect, Qin Shujian first washed up simply. Actually, at his level of cultivation, he'd already arrived at a spotless state, so washing up didn't affect him at all. However, he was still used to it. Moreover, it was a habit. Qin Shujian didn't intend to change it. Within Martial Heritage Hall, all the elders of the branch sects, the inner court elders of the main branch, and the hall masters of the 3 halls were gathered here. Inside the main hall, everything was calm. The attention of everyone had descended onto Qin Shujian, who sat at the host's seat. Until now, they still hadn't recovered from the fact that the beast tide had been annihilated. How many demon beasts were there in the surroundings? Someone made a rough estimate, and it was at least over 200,000. Such a huge number of demon beasts. All of them had been annihilated in an instant. Even if they were humans, their hearts still turned cold. Most importantly, no one knew exactly when Qin Shujian had set up such an enormous formation in the surroundings. Originally, many people thought that those 8 stone statues were only a symbol of the sect's faith. Even though they'd always been worshipped and worshipped every single day, they hadn't revealed any signs of change, so no one paid any attention to it as time passed. Until now. Only now did Zheng Fang and the others find out that those inconspicuous stone statues were actually one of the cores of a terrifying formation. Worshipping them every single day might be a method of accumulating strength for the stone statues. At this moment, such a thought had surged into the hearts of many. However, Qin Shujian hadn't spoken clearly, so no one could be completely sure. After all, such an ability was slightly beyond the understanding of ordinary people. After a short moment of silence, Qin Shujian was the first to break the silence, and his gaze descended onto Zheng Fang. He said, "Grand Elder, how were the casualties of our sect during the beast tide this time?" When he heard this, Zheng Fang pondered deeply for a moment and said, "A total of 973 disciples and 53 deacons perished this time. Amongst them, 78 were at the domain enlightened spirit god realm." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall was slightly solemn. Almost 1,000 cultivators had perished in an instant, and 78 of them were at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. This wasn't a small number. To some of the great sects of spirit realm, such a loss was enough to cripple the entire sect. Although such a loss was not enough to hurt Yuan Zhong's powerful strength, it was definitely not light if one were to seriously consider it. Qin Shujian's expression remained the same. No one could tell what he was thinking. Xu Yuanming said in a deep voice, Our sect is directly facing the beast tide of the Skyend mountain range. Such losses are inevitable. Do you know the reason for this beast tide? The demon-slaying formation left behind by the sect master was supposed to stop the demonic beasts. But then, a giant wolf appeared and shattered the demon-slaying formation. According to my guess, it should be the work of a celestial being. Seong Haogan muttered. As a god martial arts realm martial artist, he was naturally able to distinguish whether or not the attack belonged to a celestial being. In particular, the demon-slaying array pattern was extremely effective against demonic beasts. Even demonic beasts in the god martial realm had no chance of breaking the demon-slaying formation. Skyscraping giant wolf. Celestial strike. Hearing Seong Haogan's words, Qin Shujian finally understood why the demon-slaying formation he left behind was shattered. According to what Elder Seong said, the one who did this must be from the demon clan. Qin Shujian looked at the drowsy Nyo Dali and said, Elder Nyo. Why didn't the lion-tiger plane be affected by the beast tide this time? Maybe they saw that we are of the same race, so they didn't attack. After thinking for a long time, Nyo Dali squeezed out such a sentence. To be honest, until now, he was still a little confused. Not to mention Qin Shujian. Even Nyo Dali himself did not understand why the beast tide did not attack the lion-tiger plane when it passed through. He thought about it. Only the fact that they were of the same race could barely explain it. Hearing this, Qin Shujian did not comment. In his eyes, Nyo Dali's loyalty had always been very high, so there was no possibility of him betraying him. Looking at his confused look, it was obvious that he did not know why the demonic beasts did not attack the lion-tiger plane. As for Nyo Dali's explanation, Qin Shujian also agreed in his heart. The demonic beasts obeyed the orders of the demon clan. Strictly speaking, Nyo Dali was also a member of the demon clan, so it was natural for the demonic beasts to be in awe. As for the fact that he was from the demon clan, was there a possibility of him betraying the Yuan sect? Seeing the loyalty of the other party, Qin Shujian shook his head. This Nyo Dali. Perhaps he did not have any thoughts of racial justice in his heart. If even this level of loyalty could betray him in the blink of an eye, then there were not many people in the Yuan sect who could be trusted. At this moment, the other people in the Yuan sect also looked at Nyo Dali. They were also wondering why the lion-tiger plane was not affected. They were surprised by the other party's explanation. Qin Shujian believed it from the bottom of his heart, but they scoffed at it. Demonic beasts killed each other most of the time. There was endless killing in the Endless Mountains all year round, so there was no concept of the same race. However, since Qin Shujian did not ask, they did not ask too much. When he felt the gaze on him move away, Nyo Dali leaned back on the chair again, looking like he was dozing off. Compared to his nonchalance, Qin Shujian was a little shocked in his heart. 4th level of the spirit martial realm, airborne realm. How long had it been, and this Nyo Dali's strength had increased again, and he had directly reached the airborne realm. Such a speed of increase in strength. He had to wonder if the other party could also use the source of life to increase his realm. Among all the NPCs, among Qin Shujian's knowledge, Nyo Dali was the one whose strength increased the fastest. It seems that this Nyo Dali has other opportunities. Otherwise, his strength would not have increased so quickly. Qin Shujian thought in his heart. However, he did not have the intention to explore the other party's opportunities. His own opportunities were the greatest opportunities, and there was no need to covet too much. As for the others, when they heard Qin Shujian mention the demon clan, some people's expressions changed slightly, but some people showed some doubts. Not everyone. They could all understand the past of the demon clan. But anyone who knew the past of the demon clan could understand the terror of the demon clan. With this thought in mind, Seong Haogan said in a deep voice, Sect Master, when the human emperor was alive, the demon clan hid in the Endless Mountain range and did not come out. Now that the human emperor has died, the demon clan immediately set off a beast tide. This action inevitably makes people suspicious of their motives. According to my understanding, this beast tide did not only affect our Yuan sect's territory. Even if there were beast tides in other territories, this is very likely a declaration of war by the demon clan against us. The demon clan is powerful. Even after thousands of years, the human emperor has not eliminated them. If the demon clan really wants to fight for the Great Zhao territory again, we have to stop them. In his opinion, if the demon clan really wanted to fight for the rule of the Great Zhao territory, this was no longer a matter of a change of dynasty, but an irreconcilable conflict between the two races. In the past, the demon clan was defeated. They were driven into the endless mountain range by the human emperor and abandoned all the good rivers and mountains of the outside world. Now, the demon clan had come again. If the human clan was defeated, if they were lucky, they might be able to hide in other places like the demon clan and wait for a chance to rise again in the future. If they were unlucky, perhaps it would be the end of the clan. Under such circumstances, no one could remain unscathed. As a great cultivator of the divine martial realm, Xiong Haogan knew more than anyone else. He did not have the opportunity to personally experience the great war between the human clan and the demon clan. But he knew. Although the human clan had won that war, the forces that had been destroyed because of the war were difficult to calculate. Even the imperial court had suffered heavy losses. In that war, almost half of the human clan's population had been wiped out. Until thousands of years had passed. Only then did the losses gradually recover. Such a result. And it was on the basis that the human emperor had suppressed a clan. Now that the human emperor had passed away, there was no second human emperor in the world. If the two races started a great war, it would certainly be more tragic and terrifying than thousands of years ago. Yuan sect's power was not weak now. If they really stood in front of such a great power, they would be turned to dust in an instant. Qin Shujian said, "Hall Master Xiong, how much do you know about the demon clan?" "I do not know much, but I do know a little." Xiong Haogan thought for a moment and then said, "The demon clan's ability to reproduce is extremely strong. In the past, when they fought for the world with the human clan, their numbers were even more terrifying than the human clans. The yarrow beasts in the endless mountain range are actually the product of the demon clan and ordinary wild beasts. They are half yarrow and half beast. These yarrow beasts have inherited the cultivation talent of the demon clan, but also the low intelligence of wild beasts. While they are not recognized by the demon clan, in terms of strength and numbers, they are a great help to the demon clan. Speaking of this," he paused and then continued, "some people once speculated that there may be more yarrow beasts in the endless mountain range than the human clan." Hearing this, Li Changshou said. Apart from Qin Shujian, everyone else in the hall had a drastic change in expression. There were more yarrow beasts than the human clan. What kind of concept was this? No one could accurately say how many humans there were in the millions of li of the Great Zhao country. But one thing was certain. There were at least hundreds of billions of humans, maybe even trillions. Under such a premise, if the number of yarrow beasts was the same or exceeded, then it would be too terrifying. After all, among the enormous population of the human clan, there were many ordinary people who did not know how to cultivate. As for yarrow beasts, no matter how weak they were much stronger than ordinary people when they matured. This way, the difference between the two sides was too obvious. Elder Xiong's words are a bit exaggerated. If there really are so many yarrow beasts, why have they not stepped out of the endless mountain range for so many years? Is it just because of the human emperor's intimidation? This old man has only heard of it. Xiong Haogan smiled faintly and shook his head. Then his expression became solemn. But one thing is certain. Every few months, the imperial court will send large numbers of experts into the endless mountain range with the goal of killing yarrow beasts. Chapter 348. Every once in a while, the imperial court would send people in to kill the beasts. What was it for? It wasn't hard to guess from Xiong Haogan's words. It was to curb the number of beasts in the endless mountain range. Niu Feng asked, then, Hall Master Xiong, do you know how many experts there are in the demon clan? I don't know how many experts there are in the demon clan, but Xiong Haogan paused for a moment before speaking again. Back then, there were 12 demon saints under the demon emperor. Rumor has it that every one of them was a Heaven Realm expert. But after so many years, I don't know if the Demon Emperor and the 12 Demon Saints are still around. A Demon Emperor, 12 Demon Saints. This was already a proper number. At the very least, all of them were Heaven Realm experts. In comparison, on the surface, Sky Origin sect didn't even have a Heaven Realm expert. At most, they only had their own sect master, who was comparable to a Heaven Realm expert. The strength of the two. The difference was too great. Although fighting against the Demon Clan wasn't entirely Sky Origin sect's problem, Sky Origin sect was close to the Endless Mountain Range. If the Demon Clan really wanted to touch the Great Jiao, they would be the first to face the Demon Clan. Of course, the Endless Mountain Range was extremely vast. There were countless neighboring regions. Even if the Demon Clan wanted to come out, they might not necessarily target the Liang Mountain Range. But it was better to be safe than sorry. If the Demon Clan really chose to attack from the Liang Mountain Range, it was definitely not an optimistic thing. Don't worry about the Demon Clan. The sky won't fall. Qin Shujian glanced at everyone and said calmly, although he was a little panicked. But he definitely couldn't show it. If the matter of the Beast Tide and the Demon Clan spread out, it would inevitably cause people's hearts to waver. Right now, Sky Origin sect's biggest pillar of support was him. So, even if Qin Shujian was a little panicked, he still looked calm and composed on the surface. As expected. When they saw Qin Shujian's calm demeanor, many people, who had been restless because of the strength of the Demon Clan, calmed down. Especially when they thought back to before. The scene of Qin Shujian annihilating all the demonic beasts with a single formation made them feel at ease. Xiong Haogan nodded and said, with Sect Master here, there won't be a problem. The demonic beasts are controlled by the demonic beasts, and the greatest advantage of the demonic beasts is not their strength, but their numbers. A formation Dao Grandmaster is their nemesis. Demonic beasts had a natural talent for cultivation. Some of the top demonic beasts were actually not inferior to the top demonic beasts. But the difference was, demonic beasts had low intelligence, and this was the most important point. Under such circumstances, even if the demonic beast's strength was unparalleled, as long as it was slightly manipulated, there was a chance to trap and kill it. In comparison, the intelligence of the demon race was not inferior to that of the human race. It was the most difficult thing to deal with them. Subsequently, Qin Shujian continued in a clear voice, the first sect grand competition will be held soon. I've decided that all disciples who wish to participate in the sect grand competition must enter the Skyend mountain range and kill a demonic beast of the same level. Only then will they be qualified to participate in the competition. As for the identification method, I'll ask Elder Yuqing to refine a batch of image jade pendants for the disciples who participate in the competition to exchange. As for the evidence, it will be based on the image jade pendant. As soon as he finished speaking, Shun Yuqing immediately cupped his hands and said, rest assured, Sect Master. I'll leave this matter to the Foundry Hall. In addition, do your best to collect spirit stones and the accompanying jade in the spirit stones. Elder Shu, contact the Carrier Trading Company and ask them to help collect as much as possible. The price is not a problem. Our Yuan sect can afford it. Yes, Sect Master. In addition, the monthly assessment for the disciples is mainly to kill demonic beasts. The outer disciples do not need to take the assessment. The inner disciples need to kill a demonic beast of the same level every month. The elite disciples need to kill a demonic beast of the same level as them. The pro-disciples need to be 2 levels higher, while the pro-disciples need to be 3 levels higher. Qin Shujian looked at everyone's expression and continued. For those who fail to complete the corresponding assessment task, 500 contribution points will be deducted for the first failure, 1,000 contribution points for the second failure, and their level will drop for the third failure. For example, a pro-disciple will be demoted to a pro-disciple will be demoted to an elite disciple, and an inner disciple will be demoted to an outer disciple. In addition, from today onwards, the inner disciples will receive 100 contribution points every month. The elite disciples will receive 500 contribution points, the pro-disciples will receive 1,000 contribution points, and the pro-disciples will receive 2,000 contribution points. In addition, disciples who are pro-disciples and above will have the right to seek guidance from any elder or guest elder every month. If a pro-disciple pays 10,000 contribution points, they will be able to listen to my preaching once every 6 months. At the same time, the inner and outer sect deacons will be assessed once every 3 months. The specifics are the same as the pro-disciples. The inner and outer sect elders will be assessed once every 6 months. The specifics are the same as the pro-disciples. If you fail the first time, 5,000 contribution points will be deducted. If you fail the second time, 10,000 contribution points will be deducted. If you fail the third time, your level will drop. The elder will be demoted from an inner disciple to an outer disciple. The outer disciple will be demoted to a deacon. The deacons will be demoted from the inner sect to the outer sect, and the outer sect to the disciples. At the same time, the outer sect deacons will receive 1,000 contribution points every month. The inner sect deacons will receive 2,000 contribution points every month. The outer sect elders will receive 5,000 contribution points every month, and the inner sect elders will receive 10,000 contribution points every month. In addition, if you want to listen to my preaching, the deacon elder will have to pay 50,000 contribution points. Finally, all the outer sect disciples who have been in the sect for half a year and still have not been promoted will have to pay 100 contribution points every month. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the sect. In the Chungwu Hall, only Qin Shujian's voice echoed. Everyone's expression was solemn, and their thoughts were different. They were very clear. If these things were to spread out, what kind of shock would it cause? This time, it was not just the disciples that were affected. Even the inner sect elders present would not be spared. Those who were able to maintain an unchanged expression. There were probably only Zheng Fang and a few other people. Subsequently, Qin Shujian continued, the alchemy and smithing halls focus on support. Therefore, if there is a blacksmith or array master, you can choose to focus on killing demonic beasts or alchemy and smithing during the monthly assessment. In the alchemy hall, low-grade alchemists need to refine 100 first-level spirit pills or 5 second-level spirit pills every month. Middle-grade alchemists need to refine 50 third-level spirit pills or 3 fourth-level spirit pills every month. High-grade alchemists need to refine 10 fifth-level spirit pills or 1 sixth-level spirit pill every month. If there is an alchemy master, there is no assessment. In addition, if you cannot complete the mission, the trigger is the same as above. As for the additional monthly rewards, the alchemists and the original identity can receive them together. Subsequently, Qin Shujian lobbied for the corresponding assessment qualifications of the blacksmith, which was similar to that of the alchemy hall. As for the array formation hall, it was also focused on killing beasts, but they could choose to kill beasts of a higher realm, or kill beasts of the same realm as themselves, but there was a certain number of requirements. As for the disciples of the 3 halls, as long as they were ranked, they could receive double rewards. For example, if a low-grade alchemist had 100 contribution points every month, then if they were an inner disciple, they could receive 200 contribution points every month. This was also a preferential treatment for auxiliary professions. The reason why he made such a decision? It was because Qin Shujian planned to completely integrate the entire Yuan sect. Some of the original positions were set up because when the sect was just established, there was a shortage of manpower and he, as the sect master, did not have much experience. As a result, many people were in high positions, but their strength did not match. If this went on for a long time, Yuan sect would be no different from a pavilion in the sky. And the most important thing is that, apart from the players, the other local disciples in Yuan sect would rarely enter the endless mountain range to kill beasts. As a result, Yuan sect had more than 20,000 disciples, but the amount of life force they contributed to him every day was pitifully little. On average, every day, it was not even 100,000 life force. If it was divided equally among everyone, a disciple would not even be able to contribute 5 life force points every day. This situation undoubtedly slowed down his progress in improving his strength. Qin Shujian did not forget. His original intention of establishing Yuan's sect was to harvest life force for himself. Although Yuan's sect was growing stronger, he had also put a lot of thought into it, wanting to make the sect bigger and stronger. However, it did not conflict with harvesting life force. Now that he had made such a decision, it was equivalent to letting the sect recruit as many disciples as possible, and at the same time, making an elite selection. He would pick out the truly talented and powerful disciples and then focus on nurturing them. Very soon, as Qin Shujian's order was passed down, the entire Yuan sect was shaken. The ones who had the biggest reaction. Not the disciples at the bottom, but the deacons in the inner and outer sect, as well as the elders in the outer sect. To be able to become a deacon, they would receive the sect's contribution points every month as their salary. Because there had never been any assessment requirements before, many deacons had the goal of just muddling along and waiting for death. They peacefully received the contribution points and exercised their authority to make their lives more comfortable. This had nothing to do with loyalty. Although these people were the parasites of Yuan's sect, they had never had the thought of betraying the sect. However, after this order was implemented, many people who were originally eating and waiting for death could no longer remain calm. The content of the assessment was to kill beast. Even if the beasts had low intelligence and were stronger than them, as long as they used some methods, it was not impossible to deal with them. However, no matter how they dealt with them, it was always accompanied by danger. If one did not pay attention, they might become food for the beasts. In this way, these people could no longer remain calm. For this, Qin Shujian had long expected this. The reason why he did this was to get rid of these parasites. The sect needed loyal disciples. However, it did not need people who were only loyal and had no merits. There was such a thing as loyalty. Sometimes it was hard to obtain, sometimes it was easy to obtain. For Qin Shujian, these people who only had loyalty but could not contribute to his life force were no different from trash. It was enough that he had provided for them for 1 or 2 years. Later, he had no intention of continuing to provide for such people. If they wanted to receive the corresponding treatment, they had to rely on their strength. Chapter 349. In the courtyard. Qin Shujian and Zheng Fang sat there separately. Sect Master, many people in the sect were dissatisfied with the previous decision. Dissatisfied? Qin Shujian took a sip of spirit tea, then put down the teacup and said with a smile, I expected it. Dissatisfaction is one thing, but sometimes it's enough to hold it in. If they're dissatisfied, they can make some noise. I admire their courage. Now the noise has come out. Oh. Qin Shujian was slightly surprised and said with a smile, what's the noise? Tell me about it. Now a few outer sect elders led the protest together with some inner and outer sect deacons. They declared in front of Chengwu Hall that they want to talk to the sect face to face. Have you remembered them? Yes. Qin Shujian thought for a while and said, then let them wait at the martial arts practice field tomorrow. Also, if anyone is dissatisfied, they can come together. I will give them a satisfactory answer. Sect Master, what do you plan to do? Zheng Fang frowned and asked in a deep voice. He was suddenly a little worried. After all, his sect master used to be a ruthless person. Although he seemed to be gentler recently, he killed at least 100 to 200,000 demonic beasts without batting an eyelid. This sect master was still the same as before. If this matter was not handled well, tomorrow, he was afraid that, seeing Zheng Fang's expression, Qin Shujian shook his head slightly and said with a smile, Great Elder, don't worry. I know what to do. But I have a request. That is, all the people who want to see me at Chengwu Hall must be present tomorrow. Yes. The next day. On the martial arts practice field. Many of the sect's elders, consecrated elders, and guest elders were gathered here. Even a portion of the disciples had gathered here at this moment. And in the center, there was also a group of people standing there. But judging from their clothes, they were all deacons and above. TSK, there's going to be a good show to watch today. I heard that Elder Lee and the others are dissatisfied with the previous system set by the sect. They're going to collectively force the sect to abdicate. With so many elders and attendants gathered together, this is no small matter. I'm afraid it will be a little troublesome for the sect to deal with this. Who cares? Let's just watch. It would be best if the original system could be abolished. What's the point of cancelling it? In my opinion, it's best to implement it. Many surrounding disciples were discussing in low voices. All of them were watching this scene with great interest. Regarding the new rules, some people were dissatisfied because it harmed their interests. As for the other group of people, they agreed in their hearts. These people, they were all disciples with real strength. After this rule was set, they would be able to obtain more things than before. After being demoted to an outer disciple, one would be expelled from the sect if they did not contribute enough contribution points every month. Now, Yuan Zhong. It was clear that they were no longer providing for idlers. For players, once they were expelled from the sect, all the martial arts they had learned in the sect would be erased. The punishment could not be said to be light. As for the local disciples, once they were expelled from the sect, it would be difficult for them to accept it. Therefore, after this rule was set, some people were happy and some were sad. However, those who were really anxious to jump out, only those elders and attendants who had the most interests and who were more confident would be able to do so. After all, disciples were just disciples. No sect would lack them. However, to reach the level of an elder in charge, they would have some weight in any sect. As for the discussion of these disciples, the rest of the people heard it, but there was no expression on their faces. Only Niu Feng looked around at the crowd and shouted angrily, "Everyone, keep quiet. Otherwise, leave this place immediately." His thunderous voice instantly drowned out all the discussions. The disciples who were still discussing in low voices could not help but shut their mouths at this moment. The scene. Suddenly, it became quiet. As time passed, Qin Shujian still hadn't appeared. Many people who were standing there waiting began to feel their hearts beating like drums. They had the urge to retreat. It was as if they had sensed the emotional instability on their side. A haze flashed past Li Yongzhang's eyes, and then he looked at Zheng Fang and cupped his hands. "Grand Elder, when exactly will the sect master come? Could it be that he doesn't want to see us? Since the sect master asked all of you to wait here, he will naturally come. Just be patient." Zheng Fang glanced at him indifferently and then replied calmly. As for Li Yongzhang, he felt slightly regretful in his heart. Li Yongzhang was also a commoner from Linchuan village. Later on, he fled to Mount Liang with him and joined Mount Liang. Later on, Qin Shujian became successful, and the entire Mount Liang rose to the sky. In the past, this commoner had not even stepped into the first level of the basic realm. Now, he had become a cultivator at the spirit god realm. Such a transformation could not be said to be small. As far as Zheng Fang was concerned, Li Yongzhang was one of the few people under him who had reached the level of an outer court elder. He originally wanted to persuade Li Yongzhang. Unfortunately, this elder Li was no longer what he used to be. He didn't even listen to his words and became arrogant. Regarding this, Zheng Fang could not be bothered to waste his breath. Not long after, someone flew over and landed on the training field. Seeing this, everyone, including Li Yongzhang and the others, bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Sect Master. No need for formalities." Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back. Then, he looked at Li Yongzhang and the others and said, "I'm already here. If you have anything to say, just say it. Since it's like this, then I'll be frank." Li Yongzhang's expression was solemn. He still held great reverence for Qin Shujian in his heart. However, he had to speak about what happened today. Soon after Li Yongzhang cupped his hands together, he said in a clear voice, "Ever since the Cold Mountain Stockade, we have been following the sect master through fire and water. Other than the sect master's existence, us brothers have also contributed a lot to the sect's current achievements. There were a total of 63 people who joined Mount Liang in Linchuan village. Now, there are only a few left. The rest have shed blood for the sect, and they have no regrets even if they die. In the training field, no one spoke. They let Li Yongzhang's voice drown them out. Qin Shujian's expression was the same as usual. He nodded and said, "Continue. Now that the sect has achieved such a status, the sect master wants to set such a rule. Won't it make us, who have fought for the sect, feel bitterly disappointed? Won't it make all the disciples of Yuan's sect feel bitterly disappointed? I hope the sect master can rescind the original decision. Don't make us feel bitterly disappointed." Li Yongzhang's expression was agitated and indignant as he spoke. He looked like he was heartbroken. As for the people behind him, they all chimed in one after another. In Qin Shujian's line of sight, the loyalty of these people was still above average. However, at this moment, it was fluctuating. At times, it would drop a little, and at other times, it would return to its original level. This showed that their hearts were not calm. After Li Yongzhang finished speaking, Qin Shujian then slowly opened his mouth and said, "The Sky Origin sect does not belong to me, Qin Shujian alone, nor does it belong to any one person. It is true that all of you have laid down the foundation for the Sky Origin sect, but the Sky Origin sect has also given all of you corresponding things. As elders and deacons, do you think that you can just lie on the merit book and eat off of it? Do you think that all the disciples of the sect will work hard just to support you? For the sect to have today's achievements, it is not only you who have contributed, but also the other disciples of the sect. I will definitely not let a few pieces of rat poop spoil the whole pot of porridge." His last sentence. It was already a public slap in the face. Li Yongzhang and the others' faces instantly flushed red. Their loyalty had also directly dropped. Qin Shujian's expression remained the same. When his spiritual eye swept across, the loyalty of many onlookers began to fluctuate. Or rise. Or fall. Regarding this, he had already turned his gaze back to Li Yongzhang and the others. He said indifferently, "Since you don't agree with the sect's rules, then expel you from the sect." When the words "expel you from the sect" were spoken, Li Yongzhang and the others' faces suddenly changed. Subsequently, under everyone's perception, the aura of Li Yongzhang and the others rapidly declined. Outer aura realm, inner aura realm, first level of the true martial realm, 10th level of the martial realm, 6th level of the martial realm, 3rd level of the martial realm. Their cultivations at the domain enlightened spirit god realm had directly fallen to the 3rd level of the martial initiation realm in less than 2 seconds, and they felt extremely empty, causing Li Yongzhang and the others to be slightly unsteady and almost fall to the ground. A sudden change of events. It caused everyone's faces to change greatly. No one knew exactly what was going on. As for Li Yongzhang and the others, at this moment, their faces were already ashen. Qin Shujian looked at Li Yongzhang and the others and said indifferently, "Leave the sect within a day. Sect master, I was only momentarily blinded by greed. I hope that sect master will show mercy and not expel me from the sect. I hope that sect master will show mercy. It was all Li Yongzhang's bewitchment that caused me to take things too hard for a moment. Please forgive me, sect master." At this moment, most of the people whose cultivation had fallen directly knelt down and cried with dejected expressions. No one had expected that Qin Shujian would expel them from the sect so straightforwardly. They had even more not expected that, after being expelled from the sect, the increase in strength that was caused by the advancement of the sect's power would all disappear. Without the support of the sect's power, they had already become the new bandits that followed behind the other bandits and killed players to level up. As for retaining the strength of the 3rd level of the martial realm, it was the strength that had increased in the process of killing the variant humans. Apart from that, there was nothing left. As for the continuous advancement of the sect's power, these people's strength had also risen all the way. They had not seriously cultivated at all. Now that they had lost the outer layer of the sect's power, Li Yongzhang and the others were directly beaten back to their original state. As for the others, after the shock, They vaguely understood why Li Yongjong and the others' cultivation had suddenly fallen so severely. Subsequently, within the vision of Qin Shujian's spiritual eye, the deacon elders whose loyalty had fallen due to the sect's rules from before had their loyalty rapidly rising at this moment. All of a sudden, these people realized something. They had left the origin sect. They were nothing. Chapter 350. In comparison, Xiong Haogan and the others, as well as the guest elders who joined later, were much calmer. The only ranked power that Li Yongjong and the others had joined was the origin sect. They didn't even know. If they were expelled from the sect, then the rank they'd obtained from the sect's advancement would be directly taken back. Regarding this, Xiong Haogan and the others were very clear about this. It was naturally impossible for them to have never joined a power since they'd been able to reach their current level, and they'd experienced all of this a long time ago. If the sect had advanced, if the karmic luck of the heavens and the earth favored it, then the cultivators who'd advanced along with the sect would be tainted by the blessings of the sect and be favored by the heavens and the earth. Similarly, if cultivators were expelled from the sect, then the blessings of the sect would vanish from them. It would be replaced. They would have to return everything they'd obtained from the sect. In this way, strictly speaking, the increase in strength that accompanied the sect's advancement couldn't be completely considered as one's own. But correspondingly, if they cultivated on their own during the advancement period, then even if they were expelled from the sect, it would be impossible for them to return to their original state. Just like the situation of Li Yongjong and the others. They'd clearly never truly cultivated, and they were more like parasites of the sect. They were passively waiting for the sect's advancement before they could ascend to the heavens. In the end, Li Yongjong and the others still left the origin sect. No matter how they begged, Qin Shujian wasn't moved at all. Presently, the origin sect's level was rising too quickly. In a short period of 2 years, it had directly risen from a rank 0 power to a rank 5 power. Many people hadn't cultivated before they'd become domain enlightened spirit god realm cultivators. In this way, the benefits were obvious, and so were the disadvantages. Many people had become dependent on the sect. Moreover, as time passed, their contributions to the sect grew smaller and smaller, and they'd instead become parasites of the sect. Originally, Qin Shujian only intended to change this abnormal mentality step by step. However, Li Yongjong and the others had directly jumped out and given him the most direct opportunity instead. After that, the origin sect instantly stopped, and no one had any objections to the new sect rules. Because there were objections, they'd all been eliminated. They finally understood what was going on now. With the origin sect's current status and identity, a mere cultivator at the domain enlightened spirit god realm didn't have the qualifications to influence anything. So long as the sect master, Qin Shujian, was present, then the origin sect wouldn't fall. One person suppressing an entire sect. That was probably the case. In the following time, Yuan Zhong's liveliness was clearly much better than before, after the new sect rules were finalized. Regardless of whether it was a disciple or a deacon elder, they all had to enter the endless mountain range to hunt demonic beasts. In the meantime, the number of disciples entering and exiting the book collection pavilion and the 3 halls had also increased significantly. After all, the higher the status of the disciple, the higher the requirements for completing the mission. If they didn't think of a way to increase their own strength, they wouldn't be able to deal with demonic beasts of a higher level than themselves. Especially, there was also a rule in the sect that they had to hunt by themselves, and the recording of the photographic jade pendant was the standard. Of course, the foundry hall was very busy during this period of time. Only high-grade blacksmiths were qualified to forge photographic jade pendants. Although this was not a spirit artifact, it was still a treasure. However, the casting method of the photographic jade pendant involved a rather profound method. It was not something that an ordinary blacksmith could accomplish. As for high-grade blacksmiths, there weren't many in the foundry hall. In addition, to satisfy the needs of the entire Yuan Zhong, they had to forge at least 20,000 photographic jade pendants. This was a huge project. However, right now, Shen Yuqing had a bright smile on his face from the beginning to the end. If the items in the Foundry Hall were to be sold or exchanged with contribution points, as the Foundry Hall master, he could also take a share of the profits. The more he sold, the more he earned, especially now that there were more than 20,000 photographic jade pendants. If he sold all of them, he would definitely make a lot of money. Therefore, right now, Shen Yuqing was tired and happy. At the peak of Mount Liang, Qin Shujian was currently cultivating. As for the original 9,000 plus points of life source, he didn't use it immediately. Instead, he temporarily stored it. There was no other reason. Qin Shujian simply wanted to achieve an illusory achievement. In any case, his original life source was only a little bit away from breaking through 100 million. Now that a few days had passed, this distance had been shortened to an extremely small extent. About half a day passed. Qin Shujian was cultivating. At the same time, he was paying attention to the changes in the attribute panel. When he saw his life force jump again, his life force finally reached its highest level in history. 100 million. 100 million points of life source. If this was when he first came to this world, he would never have dreamed of it. Today, 2 years later, he could have 100 million points of life source. And when the life source increased to 100 million points, the system's information also appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. Your life source has reached 100 million points. The attribute panel is officially unlocked. You have obtained the life source exchange function. Seeing the system's information, he was also a little stunned. Life source exchange function. Qin Shujian also didn't expect that reaching 100 million points of life source would have such a benefit. Immediately after, he focused his attention on the attribute panel. He saw that behind the original life source column, there was a familiar plus sign. This plus sign. It had always appeared behind the martial arts, but it had never appeared behind the life source. At this time, as Qin Shujian's mind fell on the plus sign behind the life source, a message directly appeared in his mind. Do you want to use luck points to exchange for life source? Luck points. Life source. A faint light flashed in Qin Shujian's eyes, and then with a thought, he directly used the exchange function. Immediately after, he saw that his luck points decreased by 1 point. Correspondingly, his life source increased by 100,000 points. Hiss. Seeing this, Qin Shujian immediately gasped in his heart, and then a smile appeared on his face. 1 luck point. It could be exchanged for 100,000 points of life source. This ratio. It made him quite satisfied. Although 20 to 30 luck points could directly pile up a Dao artifact, and the power of a one-seal Dao artifact was comparable to a great cultivator at the peak of the Vision Divine stage. It could be converted into life source. It could only get 2 to 3 million points. At this stage, such a life source was not even enough to upgrade one level of the cultivation technique. But sometimes, accounts were not calculated like this. No matter how strong a Dao artifact was, it was still an external object. Even if a spirit god realm cultivator held a 9-seal Dao artifact in his hand, would he be able to contend against a divine level cultivator? Even if he could contend against an ordinary divine level cultivator, then when facing an expert like the Marquis of Northern Cloud, or rather, when facing an expert like the Human Emperor or Demon Emperor, would a 9-seal Dao artifact really be useful? Not necessarily. Or rather, there was a high probability that there was no way to contend against them. No matter how strong a Dao artifact was. The only thing that was strong was the Dao artifact itself. It was difficult for it to have a fundamental effect on the cultivator himself. More importantly, there was one more thing. How many luck points would be needed to pile up a 9-seal Dao artifact? It was probably not something that could be done with a simple 10 to 20,000 luck points. Just look at the transformation of the Mountain Blood from a 2-seal Dao artifact to a 3-seal Dao artifact. It had already swallowed a few hundred luck points, according to Qin Shujian's estimation. The most optimistic estimate was that the transformation from a 3-seal to a 4-seal Dao artifact would require a few thousand luck points. because from the previous few upgrades of the Dao artifact, the possibility of this was very high. To upgrade a spirit artifact to a Dao artifact, it required about 20 to 30 luck points. To upgrade a 1-seal Dao artifact to a 2-seal Dao artifact, it required about 100 luck points. As for the upgrade from a 2-seal to a 3-seal Dao artifact, Qin Shujian roughly recalled that it also used 400 to 500 luck points. The previous few times, they were all upgraded by 4 to 5 times. Then from a 3-seal to a 4-seal Dao artifact, it would require at least 2,000 luck points. 2,000 luck points. If exchanged for life force, it would be enough to exchange for 200 million. If it was 200 million life force, it was almost enough for him to perfectly deduce his own realm to the divine martial arts realm. If he calculated it this way, then when he reached the 9-seal Dao artifact, the luck points required would be truly massive. When that time came, he was afraid that the luck points that he would use would be enough to deduce his own realm to an extremely terrifying realm. At that time, compared to his own realm, the 9-seal Dao artifact was nothing. So, although the use of luck points to exchange for life force was not great now, but as time passed, the use of this function would become more and more obvious, especially when there was a massive amount of luck points. Thinking of this, the smile on Qin Shujian's face became even more obvious. However, he quickly woke up. It was still too early to imagine the massive amount of luck points. He looked at the attribute panel. There were only a little more than 100 luck points. Qin Shujian shook his head. In the end, the luck points are still too little. If I had more than 10,000 luck points, I would have directly advanced to the divine martial arts realm in the most perfect state. Once my cultivation reaches the divine martial arts realm, I am only one step away from the celestial being realm. It seems that it is urgent to go to various places to break the seal and hunt the demons. Thinking of this, his expression also became fierce. Originally, the human emperor had not died, and there was still a strong order in the Great Zhao. If Yuan Zhong crossed the border and broke the demon seal without the permission of the imperial court, it would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. But now, there was no such concern at all. The human emperor had died. The feudal lords in various places rebelled one after another, and the demon clan intervened. The current Great Zhao, it was already a mess. Only a few manors such as the Baiyun Mansion could still maintain a little peace. That was not right. Now that the Baiyun Mansion was affected by the beast tide, strictly speaking, it was not very peaceful. Now that the world is in chaos, it is a big trouble for some people, but for some people, it may be an opportunity. Chapter 351. Qin Shujian didn't have the intention to fight for the world. Or rather, for the time being, he didn't have such thoughts. As a Vision Divine stage grand cultivator with a sect behind him, he wanted to compete for the world. This was undoubtedly a laughable matter. If he had the chance to reach the human emperor's realm in the future, Qin Shujian might consider replacing the current orthodox position of the Great Zhao dynasty. However, it was still too far away to think about this. For him, the most important thing to do now was to take advantage of the chaos and slaughter as many demons as possible, as well as think of ways to plunder enough life sources to make himself strong enough to stand in the upcoming chaotic world. Or else, if the demon race really attacked Yuan Zhong, Qin Shujian wasn't confident in fighting back. Moreover, Yuan Zhong's current location was also very delicate. It happened to be at the border of the endless mountain range. If the demon race wanted to attack Baiyun Prefecture, Yuan Zhong would very likely become a target. More importantly, in the previous battle at Thousand Mountains Prefecture, he killed a half-step celestial being demon race expert and was later assassinated by a demon race expert. It was obvious that the demon race had completely remembered the name Qin Shujian. If it was Qin Shujian himself, if someone wanted to go against him, on the premise that he had the ability, he would definitely have to destroy them. The Great Zhao dynasty is raging and Yuan Zhong's current situation isn't much better. No one expected the human emperor to die so quickly. The current chaotic world is both an opportunity and a danger. The most stable way to do it is to improve my strength. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian looked at his 100 million life sources and then immediately looked at the special martial arts column. Unfortunately, there was no word that could be improved after the ancestral casting classic. This also meant that 100 million life sources were not enough to deduce the next level. Seeing this, he also felt a little regretful. With his current array formation cultivation, if he was prepared, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with an early-stage celestial being expert. If he could take another step forward, he might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Marquis Baiyun and the others. But unfortunately, there was no plus sign for the 100 million life sources, which meant that this time it wasn't a tenfold leap. If it's not 10 times, could it be 100 times? Or perhaps, the ancestral foundry canon can only be deduced up to the Grandmaster level, and there is no possibility of deducing anything beyond that. Several thoughts flashed through Qin Shujian's mind. In the end, he was more inclined to the first guess. After all, it had been so long. He hadn't found any cultivation methods or martial arts that his life force couldn't deduce. If he couldn't deduce it, it could only be said that the source of life was insufficient. After that, Qin Shujian temporarily put this matter aside and turned his attention to the Gui Yuan ancestral canon. To him, cultivation was still the most important. With a thought, he had already deduced the 9th level of the spirit martial technique of the Gui Yuan ancestral canon. As a price, 50 million points of life force disappeared. Seeing this, Qin Shujian had a toothache again. It was just a deduction, and he hadn't even had the time to improve it, yet he had already consumed 50 million life sources. If this was a one-stop service, his 100 million life sources would be completely emptied. He suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Qin Shujian turned his attention to the Gui Yuan ancestral canon. The 9th level of the spirit martial technique was deduced. This cultivation method had already reached the level of perfection in the spirit martial realm. Before he was ready to cultivate, he took out the Chenkuan bow. Not waiting for the bow to speak, Qin Shujian said first, "When we were hunting demon beasts in the ancient city, you performed well. Today, I will fulfill my promise and give you a chance to upgrade to a 2-seal Dao artifact." Finished. 100 luck points were directly poured into it. Rumble. Violent winds swept through the world, and the trembling of the bowstring was like the clear sound of heaven and earth, entering everyone's ears. Dao artifact. Looking at the shadow of the longbow that was gradually dissipating in the sky, many people were surprised. To say that they were shocked. They were already somewhat immune. During this period of time, they had been shocked too much. When they saw the shadow of a Dao artifact, although they were surprised, they quickly felt relieved. On the contrary, in Cold Mountain City, when many blacksmiths saw this scene, they had different thoughts in their minds. The phenomenon just now. It basically indicated the advancement of the Dao artifact. In their opinion, this should be the means of a Grandmaster blacksmith. After all, Qin Shujian could even forge Dao artifacts, let alone promote Dao artifacts to the next level. In the next half a month, Baiyun Mansion was not peaceful at all. The demon beasts all came out of the endless mountain range. Millions of demon beasts were wreaking havoc in the mountain range. Wherever they passed, people and animals would be killed. Even several sects of the spirit realm were destroyed. Even the top sects of a large region were severely damaged. As for the sects and forces below, countless of them were destroyed in the beast tide. As for the casualties of the civilians, not to mention that, even if the imperial court had already arranged people in advance to escort some civilians when they received the news of the beast tide. But the beast tide affected more than half of Baiyun Mansion. No matter how prepared they were, facing such a powerful attack, they still suffered heavy losses. Until the end. It took all of Baiyun Manor's military forces to suppress the beast tide. In this battle, the experts of Baiyun Mansion were completely enraged. All the demon beasts that set foot on Bayun Mansion's land were all killed by them. They did not give any chance to return to the endless mountain range. It was rumored that even Marquis Bayun personally took action. He broke into the endless mountain range alone and severely injured a group of demon beasts. He even killed a sky realm demon beasts of that clan and placed the head of the demon beasts outside Zongyang City to awe the world. Marquis Bayun Xiao Chengfeng. I didn't expect there to be such an expert in a small Bayun mansion. What a surprise, Ziyi Sheng said slowly in the heavenly demon temple. From his tone, one could tell that he valued Marquis Bayun. If I'm not wrong, Marquis Bayun should be an almighty expert. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill the five-element supremacy so quickly. The middle-aged man in green suddenly turned to the middle-aged man with silver hair and said with a faint smile. Speaking of which, the Five Elements Beast Clan should be under Eagle Saint's command. Now that a human almighty has openly entered the endless mountain range and killed the five-element supremacy, Eagle Saint, what do you plan to do? The middle-aged man with silver hair, who was also Eagle Saint, said indifferently, since the five-element supremacy drove the demon beasts to invade Bayun Mansion, he should be prepared. Speaking of this, he also looked at the middle-aged man in green and said coldly, you don't have to use any methods to provoke him. When there's a chance in the future, I'll kill him. In my opinion, now is an opportunity. The middle-aged man in green shook his head and laughed. Shi Yingtian is dead. There's no sovereign in the human race anymore and he's no longer a threat to the demon race. We don't have to guard the heavenly demon temple anymore. The 12 demon saints guarded the heavenly demon temple. Their purpose was to resist the human sovereign. For this reason, for more than 6,000 years, none of them had left the heavenly demon temple. But now, the human sovereign had fallen. In the middle-aged man's opinion, there was no need for them to guard the heavenly demon temple. Hearing this, Ziyi Sheng shook his head and said, leaving the heavenly demon temple is a matter of great importance. We can't make a rash decision. Let's wait and see for now. If there's no problem, we can leave. Then let's wait and see. A woman with a charming face who gave off an extremely holy feeling said, it's good that the other demon clans are driving the demon beasts to attack the great Zhao dynasty. Consider it as scouting the way for us. As one of the 12 demon saints, even if they didn't take half a step out of the heavenly demon temple, they could still know the matters of the demon race like the back of their hands. The commotion in the Skyend mountain range. The 12 demon saints naturally knew about it. Okay. With a soft hum, the heavenly demon temple fell into silence again. Zongyang City. In the open space outside the East City Gate, a demon's head that was as huge as a hill was discarded there. Its face was ferocious and terrifying, and a terrifying and ferocious aura was still there. Some timid people couldn't help but show some horror when they saw the demon's head. It was a great demon of the celestial realm. Even though it was already dead, its remaining aura was not something that ordinary cultivators could withstand. However, when they saw the demon's head, although some people were shocked by the terrifying aura, they were more in awe of Marquis Bayun. The demon's aura was so terrifying. In that case, how powerful was the Marquis of Northern Cloud, who had killed him? It was also because Marquis Bayun was guarding it. Previously, when the demon beasts attacked Marquis Bayun, Zongyang City was not affected at all. In the Marquis Mansion, the generals of Bayun Mansion led by Marquis Bayun gathered together at this moment. This time, Marquis Bayun went deep into the Skyend mountain range and killed a heavenly human demon under the watchful eyes of so many demon experts. This action shocked everyone and made Bayun Mansion famous again. I admire you. A general looked at the person sitting on the main seat and said with admiration. After he finished speaking, immediately, someone nodded in agreement. Originally, because of the death of the human emperor and the beast tide, the people in Bayun Mansion were uneasy. Marquis Bayun's actions have given them peace of mind. Marquis Bayun's expression was normal in the face of everyone's flattery. After everyone finished speaking, he said, this time, the demon beasts wreaked havoc in Bayun Mansion, and countless people were affected. Now, the most important thing for us to do is to resolve the impact caused by this beast tide. Don't leave anyone to talk about it. As for other things, we can put them aside for the time being. Yes, Marquis Bayun. Everyone cupped their hands and accepted the order. After that, Marquis Bayun asked again, during this period of time, other than the demon beasts, are there any other problems? Reporting to the Marquis, some time ago, there were some strange people who attacked and occupied several cities in the ordinary realm in an attempt to rebel. This subordinate wanted to immediately report this matter, but after the beast tide rose, those cities were directly broken through, resulting in the destruction of the cities and the deaths of the people. Marquis Bayun frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "Investigate Bayun Mansion thoroughly. Anyone who dares to rebel will be exterminated. If there are mutants, issue an arrest warrant. We won't let them go until they are dead." Yes, Marquis Bayun. Chapter 352. Marquis, now that the human emperor has passed away, Qianshan, Nanfeng, and Luoyu prefectures have rebelled. Nanfeng and Luoyu prefectures have led their armies to Zhengzhou prefecture in an attempt to take over the imperial city. The entire Great Zhao is already unstable. Without the human emperor, there are no outstanding people among the princes. It's hard for them to inherit the throne. Forgive me for saying something disrespectful, but the Great Zhao is nearing its end. Marquis, you have Bayun prefecture and you're no weaker than the other Marquis. We can't rebel. At the end, Fu Bo bowed deeply. The other generals heard this. At this moment, they all remained silent. With regards to these words, no one objected, but no one agreed with him either. They looked at the people below. Marquis Bayun's expression was gentle. He didn't get angry because of this. He just said calmly, "Don't say such disrespectful words again. Now that the imperial court is in danger, how can I add insult to injury?" Marquis, okay, we'll talk about this later. Marquis Bayun waved his hand and stopped the other party from continuing. Like Feng Wendi, Fu Bo was one of the scholars under him. Ever since Feng Wendi was killed. Thus, the other party became the only scribe under him. Fu Bo wasn't very outstanding in all aspects, but he was loyal. Marquis Bayun had a tolerant attitude towards this. From today onwards, I don't want to see any unrest in Bayun prefecture. Kill anyone who dares to rebel. We obey. You can leave. Yes. Marquis Bayun got up and left after giving one last order. The other generals also took their leave. In the study, Marquis Bayun was holding a scroll and reading carefully. Su Mingyang was standing next to him. He looked at the calm Marquis Bayun. Su Mingyang hesitated for a long time. In the end, he asked in confusion, "Marquis, what Mr. Fu said was right. Why don't you agree?" Then, Marquis Bayun put down the scroll in his hand and shook his head. "Do you really think that the Great Zhao is at the mercy of others now that the human emperor has passed away? The human emperor has been on the throne for more than 6,000 years. No one knows how many tricks he left behind. Right now, Marquis Nanfeng and Marquis Luoyu seem to be leading their troops to the imperial city, but in reality, they are just helping Jiyu Chongqing out of his predicament. Have you seen them really step into the central state prefecture? In the end, they are also afraid of the backup plan that the human emperor might have left behind. After all, everyone in the world knows that the human emperor's lifespan is nearing its end. How could he not know? In the end, all of you are too shallow. You always think that the death of the human emperor means that Great Zhao is useless. You have to know that since the human sovereign created the Great Zhao also created the human sovereign. Back then, the human emperor stayed in the central plains and did not come out. It was the cavalry of the Great Zhao that swept through the other countries. The ones fighting against the Yarrow were also experts of the Great Zhao. Do not underestimate the people of the world. After he finished speaking, he took a deep look at Su Mingyang, as though he was disappointed that Su Mingyang had failed to meet his expectations. Compared to others, Su Mingyang and the other reverends were more like family generals of the Northern Cloud Marquis Manor. They were also his true confidants. Or else, Marquis Bayun wouldn't have sent Su Mingyang to protect Qin Shujian, nor would he have opened his mouth to explain so much. In the end, he still hoped to train the other party well. All the experts in the world knew that it was the human emperor who had defeated the Yarrow emperor and driven the Yarrow into the Endless Mountains. They thought that the human emperor had defeated the Yarrow with his own power. In reality, this was not the case. It was true that the human emperor was strong, but no matter how strong he was, how could he fight against billions of Yarrow with his own power? When the human race and Yarrow race started fighting, it was the army of the Great Jiao and the experts of all sides who had fought against the billions of Yarrow. In the end, the human emperor acted. He defeated the Yarrow emperor in one move and completely destroyed the Yarrow race's morale. This way, the Yarrow race had retreated to the Endless Mountains. It was a pity. The light of the human emperor was too bright and completely overshadowed the light of the Great Jiao. Many people thought that the defeat of the Yarrow was due to the human emperor's own power and ignored the power of the Great Jiao itself. This kind of misunderstanding, it made people think that after the death of the human emperor, the Great Jiao was an existence that could be slaughtered. In reality, this kind of thinking was wrong. Su Mingyang, who was standing on the side, was shocked when he heard this. He immediately lowered his head and said, "This subordinate has neglected it. Just focus on the things at hand. In the next period of time, the world will not be peaceful. We can only talk about other things if we can protect the Baiyun mansion. If we can't even protect the Baiyun mansion, what else can we do?" For some reason, the Marquis of Baiyun sighed and then waved his hand. "You can leave first. This subordinate will take his leave." Seeing this, Su Mingyang immediately bowed and left. Only the Marquis of Baiyun was left in the study. At this moment, he no longer looked at the scroll in his hand. Instead, he got up and opened the window. Through the window, he saw the bright moonlight in the sky and a thought surged in his heart. The human emperor. Did he really die? This thought had always existed in the Marquis of Baiyun's heart, but he had never mentioned it to anyone. In his opinion, the human emperor had ruled the world for thousands of years. No matter what, he would not choose to break through at this juncture, let alone fail and die from the exhaustion of his lifespan. This did not seem like the human emperor's style. How could such a strategist emperor fall so easily? Moreover, even if the human emperor fell, he must have left behind a backup plan. At least, he should be able to protect the Great Jiao. More importantly, if a mighty figure could reincarnate and cultivate again, then the human emperor would definitely be able to do the same. Could it be that the human emperor wants to live a second life and then break through the current shackles? A new thought surged in the Marquis of Baiyun's heart, but he quickly dispelled it. With the human emperor's personality, he would definitely disdain to do such a thing. As for reincarnating and cultivating again, unless they were forced to, no mighty figure would choose to do so. To put it nicely, it was to live a second life. To put it bluntly, it was to prolong their last breaths. In the Marquis of Baiyun's opinion, the current Great Jiao was covered with a layer of fog. No one knew what was inside. The safest thing to do now was to wait and see. When this layer of fog dissipated, things would naturally become clear. Before that, the only thing to do was to protect himself. I only hope that the demon clan will be sensible and not be too presumptuous. The Marquis of Baiyun suddenly shifted his gaze from the sky and then turned his head to look in another direction. There was where the Endless Mountain Range was. This time, he went deep into the Endless Mountain Range and killed a heavenly human demon. Firstly, it was because the beast tide had really angered him. Secondly, it was because of this. He wanted to tell all the demon clans that with him, Xiao Chengfeng, in the Baiyun mansion, no one could lay a finger on it. Any demon clans who wanted to enter the Baiyun mansion would have to consider if they could withstand the wrath of a mighty being. Those above the 7th level of the heavenly human realm were mighty figures. Whether it was in the past or now, a mighty figure was an existence that could not be ignored. If one wanted to offend a mighty figure, even a big clan like the demon clan had to seriously consider whether it was worth it. After all, the means of a mighty figure had already reached an extraordinary level. Once a mighty figure attacked regardless of the consequences, it would be a huge disaster for any clan. Therefore, unless they were forced to or had complete confidence that they could surround and kill him. Or else, no one would offend a mighty figure for no reason. Because of this, the Marquis of Bayun directly killed his way into the endless mountain range. It was not only to teach the demon clans a lesson, but also to indirectly tell the other demon clans. There was a mighty figure in the Bayun mansion. If they thought that they could withstand the anger of a mighty figure, they could reach out their hands. If they were not strong enough, then they could only wait to be exterminated. One had to know. The demon clans were strong as a whole, not just a small clan. The demon clans as a whole were naturally not afraid of a mighty figure. But if it was a single demon clan, not everyone could provoke a mighty figure. The result was as Marquis of Bayun had expected. Ever since the heavenly human demon was killed, all the demon beasts that entered the Bayun mansion were also killed. Since then, no demon beast stepped out of the endless mountain range. In comparison, the other manors that were close to the endless mountain range were still plagued by the beast tide and were far less peaceful than the Bayun mansion. However, Marquis of Bayun was also very clear about the consequences of exposing his strength. Although he could intimidate the demon clans in a short period of time. But when the demon clans decided to attack the Bayun mansion, it meant that the other party was fully prepared. A preparation that was enough to kill a mighty figure. And this way, his name, Xiao Chengfeng, would be completely in the sights of all the demon clans. Without a doubt, he would definitely be on the demon clan's must-kill list. To this, Marquis of Bayun was not too afraid. Even if you don't do anything, the Bayun mansion's strength is enough to deal with the beast tide. You're still too impulsive. A mysterious voice sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Marquis of Bayun chuckled and said to himself, if this is the case, we can deal with the beast tide once. What about the second or third time? And if this goes back and forth, the people of the Bayun mansion will be plunged into misery and suffering. As long as you're here, the Bayun mansion will never really be destroyed. The Xiao family has been in charge of the Bayun mansion for thousands of years and has always been respected by the people of the Bayun mansion. That's why we have today's status. I, Xiao Chengfeng, am not an ungrateful person. Marquis of Bayun shook his head slightly and said calmly, since the Bayun mansion trusts the Xiao family, we can't let them down. It's just exposing our strength. With the courage of the demon clans, they might not dare to set foot in the Bayun mansion in the next few decades. After such a long time, I might have taken another step forward. And, with the two of us working together, even if a demon saint comes, there's nothing to be afraid of. Hearing this, the voice in his mind was silent for a while. After a while, the voice sounded again in his mind. Have the heart of all living beings. If you had the potential to become a supreme being in the ancient times, even now, you're qualified to compete for the position of the human emperor. Was there a human emperor in the ancient times? The voice was silent again. After a long time, it replied. Yes. Chapter 353. Attack the city. Today, we must take down the city. The first person to climb the city wall will be rewarded with 10 spirit concentration pills in reality. Sai Wenlang shouted angrily. All the players suddenly became excited. Spirit concentration pills. As the name suggested, it was a pill that condensed vital energy. In reality, the spirit aura had recovered. Almost everyone had come into contact with the path of cultivation, but there were not many who had really achieved anything. After all, even with the addition of the game's realm, it still took time to cultivate step by step. And inside this, it also involved a problem of talent. So, in reality, most people were still in the basic realm. Most of them had not even completed the first 5 levels of the basic realm. At this time, they needed to take pills to assist in cultivation. Spirit concentration pills. It was one of the pills that assisted in cultivation. Although alchemy methods could be brought out of the game, the spirit aura had just recovered in reality. Many natural treasures and alchemy materials had not been born yet. To refine a cauldron of pills, one had to pay a huge price. 10 Kai deposition pills, if converted, would be worth at least over 1 million. And there was a price but no market. So, after Sai Wenlang gave out this reward, the momentum of the players attacking the city intensified. Their attacks also became more aggressive. Almost 100,000 players. They surrounded the city tightly and constantly attacked the city wall, vainly trying to be the first person to climb the city wall. Not far from the city, Sai Wenlang stood at a high place and looked at the scene in front of him with a faint smile on his face. As the dukedom mode was activated, there were already many aristocratic families in reality who had taken down the city in the game and become a dukedom. And every time they took down a city, it was accompanied by a world announcement. This also made others understand that every time a player became a dukedom, they would receive a world announcement. Although the subsequent world announcements were not as shocking as the first world announcement, the effect would not be much worse. And, in addition to fame, there were many practical benefits to taking down a city. The Sai family was also a powerful aristocratic family in reality. In order to take down a city, the Sai family not only recruited players in the game, but also in reality, they paid a lot of money to recruit a large number of players to attack the city for them. Just by organizing the battle to attack the city, it cost the Sai family a lot of money. Attacking the city, it was not something that ordinary people could play with. This was a competition of both manpower and money. Players wouldn't wake up early if there were no benefits. If there weren't enough temptations, no one would be foolish enough to risk their lives for others. Soon. Based on the current progress of the siege, it won't be long before the city is taken. Now that Thousand Mountains Prefecture is in chaos, the imperial court has no time to pay attention to it. Sai Wenlang thought to himself. In his eyes, the first player had already reached the top of the city wall. As for inside the city, at this moment, there was also a commotion. Kui Yiming was the first to capture a city and was known as the fastest to be destroyed. The video of him attacking the city was also posted online. It had to be said. The decapitation plan was indeed the most feasible method. Of course, the drawbacks were also obvious. They had only taken care of the city lord, but they had not taken care of the city guards. In this game, the city guards would not immediately surrender to you just because you had become the city lord. Not only that, they would also suffer from the fierce attacks of the defenders. Therefore, a single decapitation plan was not feasible at all. Only a combination of the siege and decapitation plans could be carried out perfectly. Although Sai Wenlang could not see what was happening inside the city, he could tell from the situation of the defenders that his decapitation plan had worked. The city was in chaos. Many of the defenders' strength had been scattered, creating panic and causing the morale of the imperial court side to drop significantly. The reason he had chosen Thousand Mountains Prefecture, Sai Wenlang had taken a liking to the current chaotic situation in Thousand Mountains Prefecture. Although Nanfeng Prefecture and Fallen Moon Prefecture had also rebelled against the imperial court, in terms of chaos, the situation was not as chaotic as Thousand Mountains Prefecture. If they wanted to fish in troubled waters and develop steadily, Thousand Mountains Prefecture would be the best choice. More importantly, there was one more thing. There was a beast tide in both Nanfeng Prefecture and Fallen Moon Prefecture. During this period, there had been players who wanted to attack these two places. In the end, the cities had been destroyed by the beast tide before the imperial court's army could arrive. In the face of a sea of demon beasts, the current players simply did not have the ability to resist. Not to mention, the defenses in the ordinary protectorate cities were pitifully weak, unlike the big cities like the True Protectorate and the Spirit Protectorate, which had a good defense system. However, because of this, it was easier to take down the ordinary protectorate cities. As the first player climbed up the city wall, the defenders on the city wall were in a commotion, and the strength of the defenders weakened. Soon, a second and third player climbed up the city wall. Not long after, the players and the defenders on the city wall were engaged in a fierce battle. The city was also in chaos at the moment. Shocking shouts resounded, and the killing did not stop. Rumble. The tightly shut city gate opened slowly. When Sai Wenlang saw this scene, he immediately shouted, "The city gate is open. Everyone, follow me and charge in." After he finished speaking, he had already mounted a demonic beast by his side and immediately rushed towards the city gate. The players, who were originally there as backup support, followed Sai Wenlang and charged forward. As for the players who had been attacking the city, at this moment, they all turned around and surged towards the city gate. The players swarmed in like a tide. The remaining defenders abandoned the city wall and fought with the players on the streets. If this was a battle to defend the city, if these soldiers could still fight with the players, then they were no match for the players in the chaotic battle on the streets. After all, the defenders of an ordinary protectorate city were generally not very strong. As for the players, although they lacked top combat strength, their advantage was very obvious, and that was average. Their levels were very average. There were not many spirit god realm cultivators at the current stage. However, as long as they did not enter the game later, more than 95% of them were in the true martial realm. The number of basic martial realm cultivators was as small as the number of spirit martial realm cultivators. This way, when these recruited true martial realm players entered the ordinary protectorate, they were all experts of the 10th stage basic martial realm. One-on-one strength, it wasn't something that ordinary defenders could contend against. 10th stage basic martial realm. Mixed essence as one. At this level, it was difficult for ordinary swords and sabers to injure them. Only the defenders of the Imperial Court with good equipment could break through the defense of the 10th stage basic martial realm. However, in terms of strength, they were still too weak. Therefore, after the players entered the city, the defenders in the city were in a one-sided situation. At this moment, the battle in the City Lord's mansion had also ended. The 10th stage basic martial realm City Lord was killed, and the City Lord token was dropped. When someone brought the City Lord token in front of Sai Wenlang, he immediately used it. Then, a world announcement was made. Sai Wenlang immediately revealed a smile, then looked at the defenders who were still stubbornly resisting and shouted, "The City Lord has been defeated, and I am the new City Lord of this city. You have no chance of winning. If you surrender now, I can spare your lives. If you continue to resist, kill without mercy." His voice soon spread out. But the defenders who heard this couldn't help but feel shaken. The City Lord was dead. The city was also broken. With the number of enemies in front of them and the number of people on their side, there was no suspense in the battle. No one was unafraid of death. The reason why they were still resisting was because they could still see hope. When there was no hope at all, the so-called resistance was futile. Therefore, not long after, someone threw down his weapon. The first, the second, in the end, more than half of the defenders threw down their weapons and chose to surrender. As for the remaining people, they didn't resist for too long and surrendered one after another. Seeing the defenders surrender, Sai Wenlang was in a good mood and immediately said loudly, "A wise man submits to circumstances. You will feel fortunate about today's decision in the future." The harvest this time was not small. Even after killing until now, there were still tens of thousands of defenders in the city. With so many people surrendering, they would be the Sai family's strength in the future. This was different from recruiting players. Players were full of uncertainty. As for the NPC soldiers who surrendered, they were more reliable. More importantly, after taking control of a city, he would directly become the leader of a force. Then, the people under him would be able to gain a lot of experience for him. Sai Wenlang could already foresee it. His level would quickly catch up and he would successfully become the first tier of players, and he would leave the others further and further behind. So what if his level was high now? So what if he was strong? After all, it was just him fighting with his life on the line. Looking at himself, with tens of thousands of people silently providing experience behind his back, other than the players from other vassal states, no other players had the qualifications to compete with his leveling speed. Next, things would be much simpler. After taking control of the entire city, Sai Wenlang immediately sent people to take over the various defense systems in the city and take control of the entire city as quickly as possible. These people were not randomly selected players. They were the Psy family's own people. After all, a city was very important. It was inevitable that there would be a certain amount of risk if it was handed over to other players rashly. Take Psy Wanlang's situation for example. It was not rare to see such a situation in the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. The prefecture's territory was extremely vast, and there were thousands of ordinary territories. These ordinary territories each had a number of cities. These cities were also the targets of other player aristocratic families. The true Dominion city was difficult to attack. They could only take down the ordinary territories first. As for what the players did, the Imperial Court did not have much spare energy to care. After all, the Imperial Court's forces in the Thousand Mountains Prefecture were all defending against Jiyu Chongqing's attacks. As Yang Tsaizhe withdrew his troops, at the moment, the Imperial Court had already switched from attacking to defending in the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. As for Jiyu Chongqing, he did not show much movement for the time being. Qin Shujian ignited the Wisdom King Hellfire and burned the golden hair in his hand. In the past, he did not know much about the Demon Clan. But now that he understood the Demon Clan's background, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be any hidden cards in this golden hair. Anyway, Qin Shujian did not intend to rely on the Demon Clan in the future and become a traitor. It was useless to keep this thing, so it was better to destroy it. After destroying the golden hair, Qin Shujian directly left here and walked towards the sect. On the other side, in a huge valley, a giant ape like a mountain was taking a nap. As it breathed, a gust of wind blew, as if it could shake the clouds and dissipate them. If Qin Shujian was here, he would recognize it. This was the heaven-piercing ape that he had met before. At this moment, the originally thunderous breathing suddenly stopped. The sky-piercing ape opened its tightly shut eyes and straightened its body. In an instant, it seemed as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. Many demonic beasts were so scared that they fled. In this situation, the heaven-piercing ape completely ignored it. Just now, he found that the golden hair he left behind was destroyed, and a trace of connection broke, waking him up from his deep sleep. Strange, the golden hair I left in Baiyun Mansion was destroyed. Did he find something unusual? Impossible. Doubt flashed in the heaven-piercing ape's eyes. He did not forget. When Qin Shujian condensed the 4 universal heavenly locks, it was a shocking scene. Even when he left the Liang Mountain spirit realm, the heaven-piercing ape also received information about the other party. He knew that the person who condensed the 4 universal heavenly locks had now become the spirit realm's domain master and had the strength of an array grandmaster. Most importantly, the other party also had the identity of a reincarnated almighty. Even the heaven-piercing ape did not expect the other party would be a reincarnated almighty. If he knew, he might have taken the risk and tried to nip the other party in the bud. But now, there was no other way. An array grandmaster, even at his peak, he was no match for him. As for the golden hair left behind, it was just a means to track his status. It was one thing for it to be destroyed. Thinking of this, the heaven-piercing ape put this matter aside for the time being and immediately fell into a deep sleep. The Demon Clan had a long life. The heaven-piercing ape clan was one of the best. In the long years, before the heaven-piercing ape reached the mature stage, that is, when he reached middle age, he could naturally grow into an expert of the god martial arts realm. Before this, the heaven-piercing ape did not need to cultivate too hard. As long as he had enough rest and food, his strength could steadily increase. After entering the mature stage, he could become an expert of the god martial arts realm. As for the future, to break through to the celestial realm, it depended on his own opportunities and talent. But even so, the heaven-piercing ape clan was enough to be ranked among the top of the demon clan. Since the mature stage was the god martial arts realm, if he worked a little harder, The probability of entering the celestial realm was not low. Such talent and strength, he completely left the other demon clans far behind. Only a few top demon clans groups could be comparable to him. Just as the heaven-piercing ape fell into a deep sleep, the commotion that was originally caused also calmed down. In the valley, once again, it returned to its previous state. Only thunderous sounds continued to resound within it, as if there was some terrifying existence within it. On the other side, after leaving the peak of Mount Liang, Qin Shujian went directly to the inherited martial arts hall. Not long after, he saw an outer sect elder come in with a person. Sect Master Qin. When he saw Qin Shujian, Xiao Hong cupped his hands and greeted him. "You can leave first." Qin Shujian first said to the outer sect elder, then looked at Xiao Hong and said with a smile, "Steward Xiao, please take a seat." "Thank you." Xiao Hong cupped his hands again and took a seat. Looking at Xiao Hong below, Qin Shujian asked, "Steward Xiao, what brings you here this time?" "It's very simple. I have brought the reward that the Imperial Court promised Sect Master Qin," Xiao Hong said with a smile. After that, he took out a storage ring, then used his true yuan to control it and sent it directly to Qin Shujian. Hearing this, Qin Shujian took the storage ring and frowned slightly. He said in a deep voice, "Previously, the Imperial Court took out 3 innate spiritual items that are comparable to upper-grade spiritual artifacts. This is already a part of the reward. As a promise, I was unable to help the Imperial Court destroy the rebels. I am not worthy of this reward." The Imperial Court meant that the withdrawal of the army this time was something that could not be avoided. "It is not Sect Master Qin's fault that you were unable to destroy the rebels. The Imperial Court has always kept their promises. Therefore, this is something that has been decided long ago. Sect Master Qin need not worry too much." Xiao Hong cupped his hands and replied. Hearing this, Qin Shujian thought for a while, then put away the storage ring and said, "If that is the case, it would be impolite for me to refuse." Chapter 355. He kept the storage ring. Qin Shujian had no reason to refuse because Sky Origin Sect was in urgent need of spirit stones and associated jade stones. As for why the Imperial Court did this, from Xiao Hong's words, he knew a thing or two. Now that the world was in chaos, many forces were eyeing the position of the Great Zhao dynasty. Under such circumstances, any expert was a force worth roping in. Some spirit stones and associated jade stones. For the Imperial Court, they were nothing. The Great Zhao dynasty had thousands of years of foundation. It was not something that ordinary people could guess. Not one sect or faction was qualified to look up to it. Seeing that Xiao Hong was about to stand up and leave, Qin Shujian kept the storage ring and couldn't help but ask, "I heard that Marquis once entered the Skyend mountain range and killed a heavenly demon. I wonder if this matter is true." Regarding this rumor, he had only heard about it and did not seriously investigate whether it was true or false. Originally, Qin Shujian did not intend to investigate whether it was true or false. But since Xiao Hong was here, there was no harm in asking. Hearing that, Xiao Hong's face turned solemn and murderous. "The monster race has been manipulating the monster beasts to wreak havoc in our Baiyun manor. How can Master Hu let this matter slide? Killing a heavenly being is just a warning to the monster race. If Sect Master Qin is interested, you can go to Zongyang City. The head of the heavenly human demon is still outside the city. If there is a chance, I will definitely go to Zongyang City to see the Marquis's power." Qin Shujian was shocked and there was a look of admiration on his face. Entering the Skyend mountain range alone, killing a heavenly human demon, and even cutting off its head and leaving unscathed. Such an action. Although it could be described in a simple sentence, Li Yundong was still in a daze. But only those who truly understood the meaning could understand how shocking Marquis Baiyun's action was. There were countless experts of the demon race. The other party went deep into the Skyend mountain range and killed a heavenly human demon. It was no different from the demon race breaking into the Middle State Prefecture and killing a heavenly human demon. The topic changed. Qin Shujian continued, Speaking of which, I have one more thing that I hope to get the Marquis's support. What is it? Right now, there are many demons sealed in the Bayun mansion. Now that the human sovereign has passed away and the world is in chaos, it's inevitable that these demons will be used by those with evil intentions. If they are accidentally released, it will be a disaster. If possible, Sky Origin Sect is willing to share the burden of the Imperial Court and contribute to exterminating these demons. Speaking of which, Qin Shujian paused for a moment before continuing, but this matter is not something that I can decide on alone. Ten sparkling and translucent spirit stones were placed on one side. As for the 500-kilogram companion jade, it was piled on the other side. Immediately after, Qin Shujian had a thought. Very quickly, a spirit stone disappeared from the storage ring and appeared in his hand in the next second. A spirit stone appeared. The heaven-earth spirit chi in the courtyard suddenly became richer. A large amount of heaven-earth spirit chi would enter his body with just a single breath. With such a rich spirit chi, even an ordinary person without any cultivation would be able to break through to the first stage of the martial initiation realm after staying here for a day or two. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. This was the benefit of rich spirit chi. As long as the spirit chi was rich enough, one's cultivation level would automatically increase even if they did not cultivate and simply stayed here. However, this was only applicable when one's cultivation level was low. The higher one's cultivation level was, the spirit chi was not the only reason one needed to break through. Looking at the spirit stone in his hand, Qin Shujian closed his eyes slightly. First, he condensed his body and purified his chi. Then, the moment he opened his eyes, a ray of light shot out from them, causing the air in front of him to ripple slightly. He took a deep breath. His attention was completely focused on the spirit stone in front of him. In the next second, the spirit stone left his hand and quietly floated in the air. Then, Qin Shujian moved his finger and drew in the heaven-earth spirit chi. Using the spirit stone as a foundation, he inscribed a mysterious talisman and inserted it into the spirit stone. Rumble, in the sky above the courtyard, a large amount of heaven-earth spirit chi formed a whirlpool and spiraled there. In a short period of time, 70 to 80% of the spirit chi in Mount Liang had been sucked out, causing the spirit chi in the sect to become scarce for a short period of time. But soon, more heaven-earth spirit chi flocked in from all directions and gathered in the sky above the Yuan sect. Rich and surging heaven-earth spirit chi gathered. Some of the spirit chi overflowed from the whirlpool and flowed into the Yuan sect. Instantly, more than half of the spirit chi that had been sucked out was replenished. Furthermore, the spiritual energy in the air was even denser than before. Such a change, in the beginning, it had attracted a lot of attention. However, without Qin Shujian's order, no one dared to step into the sect master's courtyard without permission. One day later, the people in the Yuan sect were already used to such a situation. Some people only thought that Qin Shujian was cultivating some kind of terrifying martial arts or making a breakthrough in his cultivation. However, some people guessed that he was refining some kind of powerful Dao artifact. In any case, there were all kinds of guesses. Instead, he stopped his hand movements and quietly absorbed the spirit chi of heaven and earth to expel the pill toxins. At the same time, he used the opportunity of absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth to recover his exhausted spiritual sense. Chapter 356. As Qin Shujian's divine will entered a state of recovery. The originally condensed spiritual chi whirlpool suddenly lost some kind of support and collapsed in an instant. The spirit chi of heaven and earth collapsed. A large amount of spirit chi lost its restraint and directly exploded in the sky above Liang Mountain. The spirit chi formed a tide. In a short period of time, the spirit chi in Yuan sect rose sharply, reaching several times the previous level. For a moment, Most of the disciples who were cultivating in seclusion, under the impact of the spirit chi tide, directly broke through the threshold that they couldn't cross. Boom! Boom! With this spirit chi tide, many disciples broke through. But soon, the sharply increased spirit chi subsided at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, it once again returned to its original level. For this, many people's faces revealed a regretful expression. Just a little bit more, and I could break through. In the cultivation room, Songqing's face was somewhat regretful. Just a moment ago, under the impact of the spirit chi tide, he already felt his bottleneck loosening. But just as he was about to break through, the sharply increased spirit chi directly disappeared. As a result, the originally loosened bottleneck calmed down again. This result made Songqing feel somewhat helpless. For players, the fastest way to break through was naturally to level up by killing monsters. However, during this period of time, the endless mountain range had just been destroyed by Qin Shujian's great array. As a result, the endless mountain range in the Liang mountain range had entered a state of scarcity of monsters. Because of this, it wouldn't be so easy to hunt monsters to level up. Unless after a period of time, monsters from other regions of the endless mountain range would come to fill this gap. Or else, it was inevitable that there would be a situation where there were too many people and not enough monsters. It was also because of this. Many players planned their time, going out to kill monsters every few days and then coming back to cultivate. Just as the others thought that Qin Shujian would come out of seclusion after the spirit chi dissipated. In the end, there wasn't the slightest bit of movement in the courtyard. Just as everyone was puzzled. After 5 days, the heaven and earth anomaly from before appeared again. The spirit chi gathered like a huge vortex. In this situation, Yuan sect. The spirit chi density of heaven and earth rose again. For this situation, the disciples of the other sects also had experienced this time. When the concentration of spirit chi increased, no one went out to fight monsters or do missions. Instead, they all stayed in the sect and cultivated in seclusion, taking advantage of the spirit chi. Not only that, even the disciples of the other branches were envious of the situation in the main sect. Then, he tried to find a way to enter the main sect so that he could also benefit from the spiritual chi to cultivate. To the players, the higher the level, the less EXP the monsters provided compared to the EXP needed to level up. Only by attacking a demonic beast that was one realm higher than him would he gain a little more experience. Of course, even if he didn't gain much experience, it was still much faster than silently cultivating. But that referred to his usual cultivation. Now that the spirit chi in the sect had increased exponentially, it was much easier to cultivate. In addition, there were not many monsters now. Even if he stayed in the endless mountain range all day, it would be difficult to gain much. Under such circumstances, naturally, it was better to return to the sect and cultivate. It was a pity. Right now, there were too many disciples in Yuan's sect. If all the disciples from the various branches were to come, there was simply no way that it could accommodate so many people. Therefore, other than a few disciples from the branches who were quick to take the opportunity to head to the main sect first, the people behind did not have the chance to enter. One had to know. Cultivation required a safe environment, and one could not be disturbed at will. Therefore, the disciples who did not enter the main sect to cultivate could only beat their feet and beat their chests while sighing. After that, this strange phenomenon continued to repeat. Every once in a while, the whirlpool would collapse and cause a spirit chi tide to occur in the sect. Next, it was silent for a few more days. Then, the spirit chi gathered and formed a whirlpool. Under such circumstances, it continued for 2 to 3 months. Over time, the people in Yuan's sect were completely used to it. Everyone reached a consensus in their hearts. Their sect master must be cultivating some kind of powerful cultivation method or martial arts. Or else, it was impossible to have such a huge strange phenomenon and to have lasted for such a long time. In the courtyard, the original Osmanthus tree had experienced the impact of a huge amount of spirit chi, and it had grown even stronger in the past few months. A strong spirituality was faintly discernible within it, showing that this once ordinary tree had undergone a transformation. As for the osmanthus flowers on the tree, they had already bloomed and the fragrance of the flowers wafted in the air. However, they only remained within 100 feet of the courtyard. As long as it was beyond this distance, others would not be able to smell the fragrance of the osmanthus flowers. What was even more surprising was that, even if the tree was full of flowers, not a single petal fell with the wind for a few months. It was as if it had completely merged with the branches and leaves. Under the osmanthus tree, a jade talisman half the size of a palm was suspended in the air. As the last rune fell, an array was completely engraved inside. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and waved. The jade talisman fell into his hand. At this moment, there was nothing left in the storage ring given by the imperial court. In the opposite, Qin Shujian's storage ring was piled with many spirit stones and a jade talisman half the size of a palm. These were the results of his 3 months of hard work. It's finally done. Qin Shujian's face also revealed a relieved smile. 10 spirit stones, 1,000 kilograms of companion jade, 3 months of hard work, and a large number of vitality pills, etc. Altogether, it was not small. However, as a reward, it was also not cheap. The 10 spirit stones perfectly contained the array that he could now set up at the peak level. Moreover, the spiritual energy of the spirit stones was used as the foundation to erupt. The power that it exerted in a short period of time was not much worse than when he fought against the Lord of Six Desires. Although as time passed, the power of the array would become weaker and weaker. That short burst was enough to be comparable to the power of a celestial being strike. In other words, the 10 spirit stones had now been completely refined by Qin Shujian into treasures comparable to the celestial being decree. As for the 1,000 kilograms of companion jade, he had also exchanged it for 100 jade talismans. Each of these jade talismans carried a master-level array. In terms of power, although it could not be compared to the array on the spirit stones, it was not weaker than the power that was used to deal with the emissary of the Black Abyss. After having these things that could be called treasures, Yuan Zhong would not have too many shortcomings in the short term. As for Qin Shujian's subsequent arrangements, they could not be separated from these spirit stones and jade talismans. If the conditions allowed, he also did not want to end the refining so soon. After all, refining these things would be of great use to the entire Yuan Zhong. There were also many benefits to himself. Previously, because he had swallowed a large number of fire lotuses, it had caused the spiritual deity to almost break out of his control. Although he had forcibly suppressed it after upgrading his cultivation method, the control of the spiritual deity was not as good as before. But in the past 3 months, he had almost continuously used his divine sense to inscribe runes. The number of times his divine sense had been exhausted was also not small. After repeating this many times, Qin Shujian found that the compatibility between his physical body and the spiritual deity had become closer, and his control of the spiritual deity had also become more adept. As a result, the hidden danger caused by swallowing the fire lotuses had been completely eliminated. To this, Qin Shujian was naturally willing to continue refining these things. It could strengthen the foundation of the sect and increase his own strength. Why not? Unfortunately, both the spirit stones and the jade talismans are too precious and scarce. Apart from these things given by the imperial court, Yuan Zhong has tried all means to collect them, but has not succeeded. Thinking of this, he also shook his head helplessly. These things were more precious than innate spirit objects. They were treasures that could only be encountered but not sought. Unless the imperial court should have a lot of them. As for other places, Qin Shujian did not know where else there were. It would not be easy to get these things out of the hands of the imperial court. After all, he was not the only array master. There were at least a few in the imperial court. Apart from that, these spirit stones and jade talismans were also very useful in other places. It was not easy to exchange them. Qin Shujian even guessed. If it were not for the fact that the other array masters could not be transferred, resulting in the lack of array masters to deal with Jiyu Changqing, the imperial court might not be willing to pay such a price to ask him to help. So, although he felt regretful, Qin Shujian had already recognized this reality. Well, after spending so much time, it's time to move. Standing up from the stone bench, Qin Shujian stretched his body slightly and glanced at the osmanthus tree beside him. During this period of time, he had been concentrating on inscribing the array. But regarding the changes in the surrounding environment, he had been secretly paying attention to it. Since more than 2 months ago, when this osmanthus tree began to transform, Qin Shujian had been secretly paying attention to it. So now that he saw this tree, which was much thicker and more lush than a few months ago, it was not too strange. It seemed to have sensed Qin Shujian's gaze. A faint spirituality was born from the osmanthus tree, as if it was expressing some kind of joy. Seeing this, Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, "Spirituality is born on its own. It seems that you have truly entered the ranks of spirit objects. In the future, cultivate well here. If you can go further in the future, it may not be a bad thing." Hearing this, the osmanthus tree's branches and leaves swayed gently. A more obvious joy was expressed from it. "Guard this place well. Don't let outsiders in." Qin Shujian opened the door to the courtyard after casually giving some instructions. Soon after, he left the place. Outside the courtyard, Niu Feng had been waiting there for a long time. The moment he saw Qin Shujian appear, he immediately withdrew from the state of recuperation. Then, he stood up from the big stone and saluted Qin Shujian. "Congratulations on successfully coming out of seclusion. In the past few months, has anything happened in the sect?" This was the terrifying strength of someone who had broken through the shackles of the true dominion. Therefore, when he received news that Xiao Hong had come to look for him, Qin Shujian immediately asked Niu Feng to send someone to inform Xiao Hong that he had already come out of seclusion. Meanwhile, he had already headed to the mission hall and issued a new mission. Quest: Slay the Demons. Mission details: in the past, an expert defeated the evil spirit and sealed it in various parts of the world. Now that the world is in chaos, it is inevitable that the evil spirit sealed in the seal will be used by those with ulterior motives. As a disciple of the sect, you should carry the philosophy of eliminating evil spirits and protecting justice. Kill these evil spirits one by one to prevent them from harming the world in the future. Mission objective: kill the ordinary realm demons. 01. Reward: 3,000 contribution points. Mission failed, 10,000 contribution points deducted. When the new mission appeared, the sect disciples quickly noticed it. Hiss. A mission with 3,000 contribution points, this is too generous. Immediately, someone sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, 3,000 contribution points. Compared to the missions that only gave a few points or tens of points at the current stage, a mission with 3,000 contribution points was simply a mission with a sky-high price. However, when they saw the punishment of the mission, many people's faces turned green. The mission reward was 3,000 contribution points. Failure would result in a deduction of 10,000 contribution points. This kind of mission was simply too much of a scam. Very quickly, a player stepped forward and asked the deacon in the mission hall, Deacon Liu, "This mission only rewards 3,000 contribution points, but if it fails, it will result in a deduction of 10,000 contribution points. This doesn't seem too reasonable. All the missions issued are reasonable." Hearing this, Deacon Liu, who was dozing off, glanced at him and said indifferently, "After accepting the mission, the sect will give you a method to kill the evil spirit. As long as there are no accidents, these 3,000 contribution points are basically given to you for free." As his words fell, the eyes of the other players lit up when they heard this. "Deacon Liu, are you serious? What method to kill the evil spirit? Is it a Dao artifact for us to use?" Damn, I didn't expect to be able to touch a Dao artifact in my lifetime. Just thinking about it is enough. Deacon Liu directly interrupted the others and said, if you want to accept the mission, hurry up. If not, get lost. Don't block here and wander around. The others can't even come in if they want to accept the mission. Hearing this, the other players looked around at this moment and found that the mission hall was already crowded with people. There was no choice. Every single room was set up with an even more formidable energy-gathering formation, and the density of spirit energy within it was much denser than within the sect. Cultivating for a single day here was equivalent to cultivating for 2 or 3 days on a daily basis. However, every single day of cultivation here required a huge amount of contribution points. It could be said that, besides eating and sleeping normally in the sect that didn't require contribution points, even if one wanted to have a good meal, one had to spend contribution points. After all sorts of plans to exploit contribution points were implemented, the number of contribution points that each sect disciple could keep was pitifully small. As for some players who wanted to accumulate contribution points to exchange for Dao artifacts in the weapon hall, they had long been relieved of their plans. 1 million contribution points. Even if one didn't eat or drink, didn't sleep for 24 hours, and kept killing monsters day and night to obtain beast cores, it would take at least a few years to accumulate so many contribution points. Furthermore, no one was able to do that. Not to mention anything else. Just persevering like this for 10 days to half a month, the probability of sudden death was much higher than others. Therefore, when they heard that they needed to pay 10,000 contribution points in advance as collateral, they directly dissuaded 95% of the sect disciples. However, not all players were so poor. I want to accept the mission, Liu Bai said to Deacon Liu as he squeezed his way out of the crowd and handed over his identity token. Hearing that, Warden Liu took the other party's identity token, then checked it and nodded, okay, as the first person stepped forward to accept the mission. Soon, other people who had accumulated 10,000 contribution points came to accept the mission one after another. When the number of people who accepted the mission exceeded 30, Warden Liu gave everyone an additional message. There are no more demons sealed in the ordinary realm of the Baiyun Prefecture. If you want to complete the mission, you have to go to the ordinary realms of other prefectures to search for them. In addition, the items given by the mission can only be used to deal with the demons of the ordinary realms. If anyone tries to deal with the demons of the True Dominion and above without permission, don't blame me for not reminding you if you fail the mission. Upon hearing this, the people who accepted the mission did not have much of a reaction. Whether or not the demons were in the Baiyun Prefecture did not matter much to them. At most, they would have to travel a little further and spend some money to use the teleportation array. The mission reward of 3,000 contribution points. Even if they sold items worth 1,000 contribution points, it would be enough for them to travel to several prefectures. After accepting the mission, some players said with tears in their eyes, the evil demon pendant that I exchanged for is finally going to be unsealed. The evil demon pendant was a trap. Many people had fallen into the trap. Now that there was an additional mission to kill the demons, it meant that the evil demon pendant that they had exchanged for with contribution points was finally going to be used. One evil fiend was worth 3,000 contribution points, and 2 evil fiends were worth 6,000 contribution points. If he could kill 20 or 30 evil fiends, he would be able to earn several tens of thousands of contribution points. Even if he was an outer court elder, life was also inseparable from contribution points. With such an opportunity in front of them, no one would reject it. Therefore, when Qin Shujian finished speaking, Zhao Shanlin took the initiative to say, "It is our honor to be able to share the sect's burden." Very good. The strength of the ordinary realm evil demons is not bad. I will lend you the sect's Tao artifact for you to use. In addition, you can temporarily hand over your weapons to me." Hearing this, a few of them were stunned, but soon, some of them came to their senses. Immediately, he took out his weapon from his storage ring and handed it over with both hands. "Sect Master, this is my weapon." Seeing this, the rest of the people also handed over their weapons to Qin Shujian. To the current Yuan Zong, a storage ring wasn't something that was scarce. In fact, they could be exchanged in the weapon hall, but they would need to spend a certain amount of contribution points. It could be said that almost every elder in the sect had a storage ring. As for the deacons, not everyone could have one. After collecting the weapons of Zhao Shanlin and the others, Qin Shujian then went to the forging hall to meet with Shen Yuqing. This forging hall master could be said to be flushed with success. In a few months, he had refined more than 20,000 image jade pendants and then exchanged them with many disciples. It could be said that he had earned a lot. As for his cultivation, he did not lag behind in the slightest. In general, the current situation for Shen Yuqing was the current peak of his life. Sect Master. After seeing Qin Shujian, Shen Yuqing's face revealed a smile. "I need some materials above the 8th level. Is there any in the forging hall? Although there are not many materials above the 8th level, there are some. I wonder what type of materials the sect master needs." Shen Yuqing replied without hesitation. The 8th level materials in the forging hall were basically the kind that accumulated dust. High-grade forging masters. They were not qualified to use the 8th level materials to forge spiritual weapons. However, there were always some disciples who were lucky enough to obtain some high-level materials and then handed them over to the forging hall in exchange for a certain amount of contribution points. For this reason, Shen Yuqing, on the other hand, stayed behind. After all, these things were not useful now, but they would definitely be useful in the future. He still had high hopes that he could break through to become a forging master. When that time came, these 8th level materials would not be considered to have accumulated dust. Therefore, at this moment, when Qin Shujian came to ask, he did not hide anything. "Take me to the warehouse to have a look. Sect Master, please follow me." Shen Yuqing took the lead and led Qin Shujian to the warehouse of the forging hall. Very soon, Qin Shujian selected some forging materials inside and immediately asked, "How many contribution points are these materials worth?" The 8th level materials in the sect master's hands are of high quality, about 2,000 contribution points. Shen Yuqing replied seriously. 2,000 contribution points. Qin Shujian nodded slightly and immediately said, "Give me your identity token." When Shen Yuqing handed over the identity token, he directly transferred 10,000 contribution points into it. Immediately, he left with some of the 8th level materials. These materials were all exchanged by Shen Yuqing with the sect disciples. Qin Shujian had no reason to take these materials away for nothing. Of course, if he really took them away directly, Shen Yuqing would not say anything, but it would inevitably make people feel uncomfortable. And for Qin Shujian, contribution points. That was something limitless. Anyway, he could just casually draw and he did not feel the slightest heartache. However, Qin Shujian did not dare to really do so. Because once he did so, the contribution point system that the sect had painstakingly established would collapse in an instant. When that time came, it would probably be chaos. After taking these materials away, Qin Shujian entered a temporary state of seclusion again. In the next few days, thunder rumbled in the sky above Yuan sect, and occasionally there were thunderbolts striking down. After repeating this several times, it finally stopped. Regarding this change, naturally, it also attracted some people's attention. However, Shen Yuqing had already expected this. When Qin Shujian took away the 8th level ore from him, he knew that it was very likely that he was going to forge a powerful spiritual weapon. Sure enough, after just one day, there were thunderbolts. Only the existence of spiritual weapon and above could be tempered by heavenly thunder. The others were not qualified to attract heavenly thunder at all. Moreover, with the other party's identity as a forging grandmaster, it would be at least a spiritual weapon for him to forge, and it would not be an ordinary one. If the 8th level material is used properly, it would not be an exaggeration to forge an upper-level spiritual weapon. With the sect master's skills, he can even forge a doctrine weapon. A mere upper-level spiritual weapon would not be a problem. While Shun Yuqing thought to himself, he also felt a little regretful. It would be of great benefit to him to be able to see the forging grandmaster forge a spiritual weapon with his own eyes. It was also in Chengwu Hall. It was also the same people a few days ago. Along with the Celestial Light Alchemy Tome's deduction, he had reached the level of a Grandmaster Alchemist. A massive amount of memories gushed out from the depths of his mind and then directly attacked the spirit deity. However, no matter how enormous this memory was, it couldn't shake the spiritual deity in the slightest. Very soon, everything about the Pill Dao Grandmaster would be absorbed and digested by Qin Shujian. After a long time, Qin Shujian sighed with emotion and exclaimed, "The art of alchemy is indeed as famous as the art of forging. Such methods are indeed astonishing. In terms of lethality, alchemy grandmasters were not as good as casting a derived array Dao. However, to him, the art of pill refining was more useful than the art of forging and formation to a certain extent. Because alchemy pills were enough to earn money. Compared to spirit tools and other things that were not easy to consume, medicinal pills were easy to consume. Furthermore, it was a consumable product that was in high demand in the market. The dozens of nourishing spirit pills that he had swallowed before were equivalent to tens of millions of silver taels. And with the identity of a Pill Dao Grandmaster, refining a level 8 nourishing spirit pill was not a difficult task at all. Even level 9 medicinal pills could be refined as well. In an instant, Qin Shujian seemed to see a large amount of silver taels waving at him. Although the current Yuan sect had a large family business, and its foundation was also much richer. But if one were to seriously spend money, no matter how much silver taels they had, it would not be enough. Not to mention, he himself was a huge consumer of silver taels. Collect materials to refine a batch of level 8 and 9 nourishing spirit pills, and then sell a portion in exchange for more materials, and then leave a portion for my own use. This way, when I use the nourishing spirit pills in the future, there won't be any cost. Qin Shujian revealed a slight smile on his face. Compared to the materials for refining pills, the price of the finished product was much more expensive. According to his method, basically, the nourishing spirit pills could be treated as free food, and he could also earn a lot of silver taels. It was undoubtedly a path to riches. Subsequently, Qin Shujian headed to the alchemy hall to exchange for some materials for refining pills from Shen Yuhua. As for the other party's doubts, he only said that he wanted to study the alchemy Dao, and did not reveal too much. To this, Shen Yuhua did not dare to ask too much. After all, the matters of the sect master were not something that a small elder like her could interfere with. On the second day after Qin Shujian obtained the materials, Xiao Hong received the news that he had come out of seclusion, and once again came to visit. The last time this old man came, it just so happened that sect master Qin was in seclusion. This time, after receiving the news, I rushed over without stopping. Finally, I can see sect master Qin, Xiao Hong said half-jokingly when he saw Qin Shujian. Hearing this, Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Before this, I did not know Steward Xiao was coming. Otherwise, no matter how important the matter was, I would definitely meet with Steward Xiao. Haha. Xiao Hong first laughed, then his expression became serious. He said solemnly, "This old man has already reported the matter that sect master Qin said a few months ago to the Marquis. This old man is here to inform sect master of the result." Did the Marquis agree? Speaking of this matter, Qin Shujian also became serious. The Marquis only has one request, which is that Sect Master Qin has to be 100% confident and ensure that no problems will occur. I never do things that I am not confident of. Steward Xiao can assure the Marquis that since I dared to make a move, I am confident that I can deal with the evil spirit, Qin Shujian said solemnly. If it was the evil spirit of the spirit domain, he was not 100% confident that he could deal with it. However, a mere evil spirit of the true dominion was nothing to him. After receiving a definite answer from Qin Shujian, Xiao Hong took out a token and a jade stone from his storage ring. Then, he used his quintessential essence to lift them up and bring them to Qin Shujian. It was only after Qin Shujian took the item that he began to explain. This token is the token of the Baiyun Marquis Palace. To a certain extent, holding this token in the Baiyun Marquis Palace is equivalent to the Marquis himself. No one is allowed to obstruct or disobey his orders. This is because the places where the evil spirits are sealed in the true dominion are guarded by the army and the experts of the imperial court. This is to prevent anyone from releasing the evil spirits without permission and causing a devil calamity to occur. Only by holding the token of the Baiyun Marquis Palace can Sect Master Qin enter the places where the evil spirits are sealed without causing any conflicts. As for the Jade Stone, it records the locations where all the evil spirits of the true dominion are sealed in the Baiyun Marquis Palace. The Marquis ordered me to bring these two items over. Upon hearing Xiao Hong's words, Qin Shujian checked the two items in his hands seriously. The token of the Baiyun Marquis Palace. The Jade Stone that recorded the locations of the evil spirits of the true dominion. These two things were exactly what he needed. With the former, he would be able to release the evil spirits openly and kill them directly. As for the latter, it would save him the time of searching for the evil spirits. After putting the items away, Qin Shujian cupped his fists and said solemnly, "Steward Xiao, please go back and thank the Marquis on my behalf." "Of course, I will." That was because, this did not include the evil spirits sealed in the Spirit Dominion and the Great Dominion. If all of them were added together, there would definitely be more than 10,000 evil spirits. What kind of place is the Fiend Abyss? How could such evil spirits exist? 10,000 evil spirits are equivalent to 10,000 heavenly man supreme cultivators. If so many terrifying existences appeared, even if the human clan and the demon clan joined forces, they might not be able to resist. Qin Shujian took a deep breath when he thought of this. Suddenly, he somewhat understood why the experts of the Great Zhao dynasty did not kill the evil spirits easily. They had only sealed them. Chapter 360. There were so many demons. If they were all killed, it would mean that they would all be resurrected and returned to the demon abyss. In this way, if one day these demons broke out of the demon abyss, it would be a disaster. However, Qin Shujian did not know much about the demon abyss now. He only knew that the demon abyss was in outer space, but he did not know where it was. The demons can only come out of the demon abyss when they are born in the region. There must be other places that are connected to this world. The Great Zhao only sealed the demons and did not kill them. They want to weaken the strength of the demon abyss. It seems that the demons may have other means to enter this world. Otherwise, there is no need for the Great Zhao to only seal the demons and not kill them. The reason for doing this is because they are worried that the demons will be reborn in the demon abyss. Information flashed through Qin Shujian's mind. He had a rough idea of what Great Zhao was trying to do, even if these guesses had no basis. But he also believed the truth would not be too different from his guesses. So, the strength of the demon abyss really shocked Qin Shujian. Tens of thousands of devas. What kind of powerful force was this? And these demons were not the full strength of the demon abyss. Who knew how many more demons were hidden in the unknown demon abyss? He thought about it. He suddenly felt a little speechless about his previous thoughts of killing his way into the demon abyss. with his array Dao Grandmaster level. If he was placed in the demon abyss, he would not live for more than 3 seconds. Even the human emperor would not be able to defeat tens of thousands of devas. Otherwise, the demon race would not have been able to be so rampant until now. They would have been wiped out by the human emperor alone. Although Qin Shujian understood the hidden dangers of the demon abyss, he also knew the good intentions of the great Zhao. But for him, these hidden dangers were things that would happen later. For Qin Shujian now, the most important thing was to get enough luck points and life sources. As long as his strength increased, then all the problems would no longer be problems. If his strength did not increase, not to mention the hidden dangers of the demon abyss, whether he could survive the turmoil of the great Zhao would be a problem. He would not be able to live that far. He could not think so far ahead. Furthermore, Qin Shujian also admitted that what he had said to Xiao Hong, Zhao Shanlin, and the others was not wrong. A large number of evil spirits being reborn in the devil abyss would undoubtedly increase the number of hidden dangers. But at the same time, so many demons were sealed in the great light. In the past, when the human emperor was still alive and oversaw the world, everything was under the control of the imperial court. The probability of the demons breaking out of the seal was extremely small. Once there was a demon disaster, the imperial court would immediately send troops to suppress it. However, things were different now. With the death of the human emperor, the great Zhao was in turmoil. These sealed evil demons became the most unstable existences. Once chaos broke out and a large number of evil spirit seals were destroyed, the evil spirits that broke out of the seals would be enough to turn the entire world into a demonic domain. At that time, it didn't matter if you were a human or a demon, you would all die. It was also because of this. Qin Shujian was certain that Marquis Baiyun would not reject his suggestion. One was a disaster that was right in front of them, while the other was a hidden danger that could erupt in the future. It was not difficult to choose between the two. After digesting the contents of the jade, Qin Shujian put away the token, then got up and went to the stone forest and the area near the endless mountain range in Liang Mountain to check again. As expected, the two demon-slaying formation patterns that were originally left behind no longer existed. Seeing this, Qin Shujian once again engraved a demon-slaying formation pattern in the void to deter the demon beasts. Without the demon beasts driving them, with the low intelligence of the demon beasts, the threat of their life instincts was enough to make them shrink back. With the number of demon beasts that was comparable to the human race, it was basically impossible to kill them all. Regarding this matter, Qin Shujian also had a neutral attitude. Although there were hidden dangers in killing endless demon beasts, it also meant that there was a large amount of life source for him to plunder. After that, Qin Shujian went to the various branches to check on the stone statues. This large formation was his true masterpiece. The stone statue's material was extraordinary, and the place where it was located could connect to the spiritual energy of the earth veins. Besides, the disciples of the sect worshipped it day and night, so it already contained a trace of mysterious power. Even if this trace of power was very weak, it was still full of mystery. But unfortunately, when the large formation was activated, everything was consumed. Now the stone statue was still an ordinary stone statue. Except for the extraordinary hardness of the material, there was nothing magical about it. In Qin Shujian's view, if he wanted to activate the previous large formation and exert a strong power, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to recover. Of course, for him now, 1 or 2 years was just a snap of his fingers. Even when he was in seclusion to engrave a formation, it took him 3 months. Who dared to say that 1 or 2 years was a long time? And previously, Marquis Baiyun went deep into the endless mountain range to kill the celestial being demon beasts. In a short period of time, the possibility of attacking Baiyun Mansion again was not high. After all, such a deterrent was enough to make some demon experts wary. Unless the demon race was really planning to start a full-scale war with the human race now. Otherwise, the demon race would not act so easily. If the demon race did not dare to attack Baiyun Mansion, the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain would naturally be safe. Speaking of which, this time, the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain was also heavily damaged by the Beast Tide. Ever since the Yuan sect changed from attacking to defending, some of the demon beasts passed through the Yuan sect's territory and headed to other regions. Along the way, there were also many sects that were destroyed by the demon beasts. The strength of the entire Liang Mountain Spirit Domain was not light. It took 2 days to travel from Liang Mountain City through the teleportation formation. The testing sword peak crossed from Baiyun Mansion to Nanfeng Mansion. In the Great Jiao 13 mansions, only Qianshan, Nanfeng, and Fallen Moon mansions were in chaos. The marquises of the 3 mansions rebelled and fought with the imperial court. In addition, there were experts involved, making the already murky pond even murkier. The testing sword peak chose to go to Nanfeng Mansion after careful consideration. After all, these 3 mansions were the most chaotic among the 13 mansions. Therefore, the safest place to release the demons that broke the seal would be these mansions. They would not attract too much attention. People from Qianshan Mansion and Fallen Moon Mansion had already gone there. Only Nanfeng Mansion was left. "Sir, please take care. Please come again." Amidst the enthusiastic voice of the waiter, Testing Sword Peak walked out of the inn and headed to the teleportation gate. He was prepared to head to the other true dominion in Nanfeng Mansion. The cities in the ordinary dominion did not have a teleportation gate. Only the big cities of the true dominion and above were qualified to have a teleportation gate. After he left the teleportation gate, someone immediately approached him and asked, "Where did that person go?" As he spoke, he flashed his identity token. The soldier guarding the teleportation gate did not intend to answer. However, after seeing the identity token, his expression changed slightly. Then, he said, he went to the Shanghe Spirit Domain's Red Phoenix City. The Shanghe Spirit Domain. Upon hearing this, that person exchanged glances with the 2 people beside him. Finally, he said to the soldier, "We are also going to the Shanghe Spirit Domain's Red Phoenix City." After he finished speaking, after paying the teleportation fee, the 3 of them disappeared into the teleportation gate. On the other side, after coming out of the teleportation gate of Red Phoenix City, Testing Sword Peak walked out of the city gate and headed outside. He had already investigated before coming to the Shanghe Spirit Domain.